Absolute Wonder Woman, the last Amazon, Princess of Hell, the Witch of the Wild Isle, has arrived to save Gateway City, deal with many gods, and even other witches.
Gateway City. The strange structure suddenly appeared over the beach, interrupting the sunny day and startling the beachgoers for miles. News cameras quickly began to cover the phenomenon as the upside-down pyramid simply hovered over the ocean. But suddenly, screeches could be heard. Small red creatures, lizards with wings, suddenly flew from the pyramid's crevices. The monsters swooped down on the population of Gateway City, causing the people to run in fear. Windows shattered and people ran in a bloody panic. One person falls, trying to cover their head as the monsters swoop on them. But suddenly, there is a crack of lightning across the blood-red sky, and the creatures scatter as a rider descends on a flying skeletal horse. The rider draws a massive sword and slices through the monsters. She leaps from her mount, landing in a heroic pose on the beach. Flayed monsters fall around her as she removes her helmet and reaches down to dip her fingers in their blood, smearing it across her face. She raises her hand, and an ancient spell escapes from her lips. The spell lashes out, stunning the monsters and dropping them to the ground. And through it all, a smile plays across her beautiful face. Long ago, on the wild Isle of Hell, the witch Circe continues her endless toil in the darkness. But suddenly, there is a sunshine upon her back. "Never thought I'd be happy to see the sun," she says with a sigh as she stands and turns. Apollo, god of the sun, slowly descends upon her. "Come forward, witch. You may kneel," he tells her. Circe frowns and shields her eyes. "I'm fine," she says with a shake of her head. He holds out a bundle in his hands, offering it to her. Circe looks at it in surprise and takes the baby girl. "This is a baby. Why have you brought a baby to hell?" she asks. Apollo has already begun to float away, the sun rising over the island. "The baby is Diana, princess of Themyscira. She is the last of the Amazons, and has been taken from them by my father, Zeus, as punishment for their crimes against the gods," Apollo declares. He tells Circe that Diana may never again see her people, and they have all been imprisoned. Apollo suddenly stops his ascent. "From here forth, the word Amazon is banned. So I decree," he bellows, his words springing forth like rays of the sun. He looks down at the witch and smiles. "Try it for me, Circe. Try to say the word. I want to see," he asks. Circe looks at the baby in her arms and whispers the word. But it comes out soundless, like it had never existed in the first place. Satisfied with his work, Apollo turns and continues his ascent, with Circe holding the baby in her arms. "This is hell. What if it dies?" she calls. Apollo doesn't bother to look over his shoulder. "The gods care not. This is where she belongs now, for however long she is," he calls before disappearing, casting the isle once more into twilight. Circe sighs and places the child on the rocks. Diana gurgles as Circe sits quietly and studies her. Suddenly, a glowing snake begins to make its way towards the child. Circe doesn't move, unsurprised that hell would take the child so quickly. The snake opens its mouth wide and prepares to strike, but the child is fast, and Diana reaches out and snaps the snake's mouth close. And she giggles as she flings it away. Circe stares in surprise for a moment before smiling at the baby. And so, their lives continue in hell. At first, Cersei regards the child with little interest, helping her, but not caring for her. But time continues on, and the powerful sorceress begins to raise Diana, taking care of her, teaching her, growing to love her as her own. In this way, the two make a meager life on the Isle of Hell. The years pass, and both Diana and Cersei grow older, until the day finally comes. The present. The warrior Diana turns away from the pyramid. The beach is littered with the stunned bodies of the demon lizards. She stalks towards the National Guardsman. "Are you in charge here, soldier?" she asks. But the young man can do little more than stare at her with a gaping mouth and stumbling over his words. "You should evacuate all civilians within a mile," she tells him. She motions to the lizards on the beach. "They are but harbingers for what is to come," she warns him. Suddenly, the pyramid begins to shake and open from the bottom. Diana sighs and looks back. "We are out of time. Evacuate your civilians and bring your army," she says. She turns back as the pyramid seemingly uncurls and gives birth to a massive demon creature. The monster falls into the ocean and stalks towards the city. But Diana stands in its path, her blade at the ready. She glares up at the monster. "You are not welcome, Harbinger Prime. This world will defend itself. I stand before you with the mythical Athena blade, forged by Hephaestus himself. It is more than capable of sending you to your maker. This world is protected," Diana declares. The creature regards her for a moment before opening its mouth. Its words are like thunder, pushing Diana back. "But it is not," the beast declares. Suddenly, Diana's skeletal Pegasus swoops down, breathing fire on the monster. The monster turns from Diana, swatting away the pest. The warrior uses this moment to attack, but the monster turns back to her, beams of energy leaping from its eyes and bringing Diana to her knees. "Ugh, damn laser eyes, every time," she groans as she struggles to her feet. The beast stands tall, letting out a bellow for the smaller creatures to rise. The demon lizards awaken and attack once more, their wings and beaks slashing at Diana's skin. "Again you stand? We warned you!" the beast hisses. It fires again, the blast taking Diana off her feet and sending her bouncing along the beach. A short time ago, Diana sits with Cersei in their cave on the Isle of Hell. Sitting before the fire, the two sit in their chairs. Finally, Diana works up the courage to speak. "Mother, I want to ask you about this word," Diana says, motioning to her book. Cersei nods and smiles, closing her own tome. "I thought you might," she says softly. "It's important." "I'm afraid," Diana whispers. But Cersei shakes her head. She knows that her daughter fears little. "You're not afraid of the word. You're afraid of the change saying it will bring," Cersei says. She reaches a hand for Diana's cheek. "Say the word, Diana. Say it and know it is what you are," Cersei tells her. Diana pauses for a moment and nods. "Amazon," she whispers. And so, Cersei tells her daughter the truth. She tells her of the day that Apollo brought her to this damned island that became their home, brought Diana into her life, and how Cersei grew to love her, and that the god banned her from ever saying the word. "They don't want me to know I'm an Amazon. They took me from them, and they tried to stop me from knowing what I was. Why?" Diana questions. Cersei stands and takes Diana in her arms, explaining that the Amazons protected the world from darkness, and without them, the very world may end. Or perhaps you will say your name again and become what you were always meant to be, Cersei whispers. Tears begin to fall from Diana's eyes. Amazon! Diana calls. Now, on the beach, the warrior struggles to her feet, a look of determination on her face as she stares up at the massive monster that threatens the city. No, Diana whispers. She reaches into her pouch, pulling forth a lasso of magical power, its red fibers whirling around her as she stalks forward. The monster looks down at her once more. Away, warrior! You are beaten! Leave us, as we must prepare the way. This world is ours now, the monster says, motioning her away. But Diana shakes her head. No, she growls as she begins to float into the air, her eyes glowing as they cast the reflection of her weapon. For I am Diana of Themyscira, last of the Amazons, daughter of Cersei, princess of Hell, witch of the Wild Isle, and you will not have this world while I still draw breath. Gateway City. The massive creature known as the Harbinger from the depths of the ocean steps forward, but is met by Diana, who stalks up the Gateway City beach with her magic lasso whipping around her body. The Harbinger fires a blast of energy from its great eyes, which Diana dodges under. She lashes out with her lasso, striking the monster across the face. That is but a taste, Harbinger Prime. Retreat now and save yourself, she orders. But the monster bellows for its minions, and the small lizard-like creatures launch forward, swarming over Diana. Retreat is doom, you fool, the Harbinger rumbles. Diana throws up a protective spell and knocks away the small creatures with her lasso. The Harbinger has left her no choice, and she whirls the weapon over her head and tosses it around the great beast's neck. Hear me, Harbinger Prime. This is a weapon forged in the fires of hell, fashioned by the sorceress Cersei and made from the remains of the last basilisk. It binds and burns in proportion to your sins, Diana tells the monster. Harbinger Prime roars with pain as its skin begins to sizzle. Release me, Amazon! Release me! The Harbinger Prime yells, his screams of pain shaking the buildings around them. Diana nods her head. You shall have your freedom on one condition only, Harbinger Prime, she tells the monster, ordering the creature to return to the depths from whence it came and tell its master that the earth is now under the protection of Diana of the Wild Isle, princess of Hell, and the last Amazon. The Harbinger stares at her for a moment before finally dipping its head in submission. We accept, it rumbles. Diana nods and releases the creature, allowing it to return to the ocean, its small minions following close behind. Diana lowers to the ground, watching as the ocean returns to its former calm. Behind her, the smoke of the battle billows, and as the smoke begins to blow in the ocean breeze, a lone soldier steps through. Diana? He asks. The princess turns slowly and regards her lost friend. Steve, she says gently. Before, on the shores of the Wild Isle, Diana was walking one day and discovered a man washed up on the shore. Rushing to his side, she leaned over his battered body. Please tell them I'm sorry, Steve gasps. His eyes flutter for a moment and close. Who are you? Where did you come from? Diana wonders quietly to herself. Lifting the man in her arms, she rushes back to their home. Cersei turns in shock as the door bursts open and Diana rushes inside, the man in her arms. Mother, bring the Cerberus fur. It's the warmest, Diana shouts as she lays Steve in her bed. She quickly tells her mother the story of finding the man on the beach. and even Cersei is shocked by the tale. Finally, she sighs and turns to their kitchen. "I'll put the kettle on," she mutters. Later, Steve awakens to find Diana sitting with him. She offers him a warm cup of tea, explaining where she found him. "So, where are we?" Steve finally asks. Diana looks away sheepishly. "Well, this is going to be hard. You're in the underworld," she tells him. Steve springs out of the bed in shock. "Wait, hell? I'm dead?" he shouts. The two women shrug. "Not exactly," they say. Steve sits back on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands, muttering to himself. I'll just give you a minute with that," Diana says softly. Later, Steve joins the two for dinner, apologizing to them for his outburst. Cersei introduces herself with a shake of his hand. "Fortunately for you, you landed on the Wild Isle, which, thanks to Diana and myself, is the safest place to be, if you have to be in hell," she explains. Steve nods, his mind still reeling, but he turns to Diana and asks her to show him where he washed up on the shore. As the two walk along the beach, Steve explains that he thought he had lived a good life, that he didn't believe that he would be going to hell when he died. Diana shrugs. "Here's what I think. Not everyone here belongs here. It's just sometimes where we've ended up," she tells him. The two of them stare out on the ocean for a time until Steve finally turns back to her. "Thank you for saving me. Twice," he tells her softly. Diana smiles. "You're welcome." Gateway City, now. The two stand on the beach for a moment, regarding each other. But Diana rushes forward and hugs the man. Finally, she pulls away and smiles. "I hoped I would see you, but I never dreamt it would be today," she tells him. Steve smiles back. "What are you doing here?" he asks. Diana shrugs as Pegasus lands nearby. "Saving the day," she explains. Steve nods, telling her that the military command wants to speak to her, though she might not like their attitude. Diana nods and motions for Steve to lead the way. "You do not need to warn me, Stephen. I am not entirely naive in the world of men. I had a teacher with a sharp tongue in these things, as you well know," she tells him. But minutes later, Diana is standing tall, while a rather short general yells at her about the destruction that she caused while supposedly helping stop the monster that attacked Gateway City. When the general had stopped to take a breath, Diana finally spoke. "I understand your position, Commander. I am an outsider and an element you can't control, and that frustrates you. But this is not my problem," Diana says, explaining that her real problem is the next monster that will arrive, and that more lives will be lost if they do nothing. "But I will coordinate with you to the best of my ability. This world is not prepared for what is coming, and you will need my help," she tells him. The general is shocked as Diana turns away from him and looks at the tactical maps of the city. "How is the evacuation proceeding?" she asks a nearby officer. The tone in her voice doesn't invite questions, and the officer immediately begins to give her answers. "Slow, but we were going to stop the orders. You killed the monster, right? Or send it home?" he asks. Diana shakes her head. "I did, but that was just a harbinger, a messenger of things to come," she says, warning them that the next creature could arrive within the hour, and that they need to evacuate at least a mile away from the coastline. The general gives the order to continue the evac, but turns back to Diana and Steve and begins to shout again. Finally, Diana has had enough. She steps up and stands over the general, seeming more imposing than before, anger flashing in her eyes. "I think we both know you need me quite badly given what just happened, but I don't need you at all. So perhaps rethink how you would like to approach this conversation, and we'll retry this when you've calmed down. Hopefully before more innocent lives have been lost," she says. She turns away and storms towards the entrance to the command center. "I'll be outside, feeding my horse," she snaps over her shoulder. Steve follows her outside to find her feeding magical energy to the skeletal Pegasus. Steve steps forward and pets the undead steed, who nuzzles him with his bony muzzle. "I'm sorry about what happened in there," Steve tells her. Diana nods her head. "It's disappointing, but I expected it," she tells him. She informs Steve that other heroes will appear to fight what's coming, but Pegasus rears up and whines before she can explain more. A wave of magical energy washes over the city, and Diana turns to see the soldiers falling to the ground and clutching their heads. She moves forward, pushing through the psychic energy. She approaches the beach and stares in shock. Steve joins her, and they both stare up in horror at the great creature that has risen from the waters. "Oh my God, Diana, what is it?" he asks. "Death personified," she whispers. She begins to walk forward, ordering Steve and the others to completely evacuate the city. "I'll buy you some time, but the Tetracide leaves nothing behind," she says as she moves forward into the water, the great monster rising up before her. Far away from the shoreline, where Diana fights against the mighty demons, the staff of the Gateway City Natural History Museum watch the battle unfold on the news. But no one is staring as hard as Barbara Minerva. The hot coffee is forgotten in her hand as she recognizes the warrior woman on the TV from something in her studies. "Wonder Woman," Barbara whispers before turning and rushing out of the room, pushing past her startled coworkers in her mad dash. Meanwhile, at the boardwalk, Diana has returned to the military command center as the Tetracide continues its slow movement towards the shoreline. Diana enters the command center and leans over the table. "I used magic to slow it down. Buy us some time, but the Tetracide is very resistant to magic. My mother would have been more effective, but alas, we only have me," Diana tells them. She turns to look at the gathering of soldiers. "Before you leave, and you should all leave immediately, it's important that I tell you how the Tetracide kills, so that you may have a hope of fighting it after it has killed me," Diana tells them. The soldiers move closer, their eyes wide with fear as Diana tells them all that she knows. She explains that Tetracide literally means four killer, and that the great creature kills in four ways: death of fear, death of mind, death of body, and death of soul. "Death of fear doesn't sound so bad," one of the soldiers points out, but Diana shakes her head, explaining that the monster will emit a sound that will make it so that all who hear it will no longer be capable of feeling fear, and because of this, they will be drawn to the Tetracide. They will rush to the great monster and will walk right into its waiting jaws, where they will suffer the great agony in the death of mind, body, and soul. "I don't want to be dramatic, but the people who are crushed to death in the race to the Tetracide's maw will be the lucky ones," Diana says as she looks at those gathered. "So please, for the love of Hera, leave this place. Run if you can," she tells them. Diana pauses for a moment as they all watch her. Then, with a final nod, she walks out the door. Steve follows her quickly, but Diana begs him to try and get as many people to safety as he can. "I cannot help them once the sound begins, and it will begin very soon," she says over her shoulder as she stalks towards the beach. Pegasus waits for her. The great monster is still in the distance. Diana sighs and places a hand on the bony steed. "Pegasus, keep your distance. Attack with hellfire if you can, but stay out of reach. If it lays one tentacle on you, that's it. And I'm quite sure Zeus will make certain that you're not resurrected again, my friend," she says softly as she lays her head on his bony muzzle. Pegasus leaps into the air with a stamp of his hooves. Diana begins to fly, readying her sword and lasso. "Tetracide, I wish you no ill will. I only seek to protect these people, this city, this world. I will give you the same offer I gave the Prime Harbinger. Leave now and never return, or die by my hand," Diana calls as she floats before the monster. The Tetracide's response is a roar that echoes across the city. Diana sighs and nods her head. a steely determination in her eyes. "So be it," she says softly. Diana whirls and throws the massive sword, sticking it into the tetraside's head, the lasso wrapped around its hilt. She flies fast, racing around the monster and wrapping it up with the lasso. "Goddess Nike, lend me your winged speed, if not victory," Diana prays. The tetraside is quickly wrapped as Pegasus swoops in and fires bouts of hellfire upon it. But the plan doesn't work, and a massive tentacle reaches up and pulls the sword free, and the lasso falls uselessly with it. But Diana doesn't stop moving. She reaches inside her magic pouch as she swoops back towards the monster, a brief spell whispering from her lips as she draws forth a massive axe. "Strike true, my friend," she calls to the blade as she flies among the tentacles, slashing and cleaving them from the monster. But one of the slippery appendages reaches out and wraps around her arm, pulling tight. "No!" Diana screams. It wasn't that long ago that Diana lived upon her island with Cersei. Steve had grown used to living on the island, helping Diana fight off the Kraken that seemed to have grown fond of him. But he still longed to return to his world. "Do you miss it terribly? Tell me about your home," Diana requested one night as they sat by the fire. Steve smiled, and a faraway look could be seen in his eyes as she watched him. He told her that Gateway City was on the coast, and when the sun would hit the ocean, it would seem to dance before your eyes. That night, as Cersei cooked their dinner, Diana began to study. Eventually, she closed her book and stood. "Steve, would you mind grabbing some firewood from the pile by the door?" Diana called as she crossed the room to her mother. Once they were alone, Diana whispered her plan to Cersei. "I found it, Mother. The way to send Steve home. This spell," Diana whispered as she showed Cersei the book. But Cersei points out that the spell requires a worthy sacrifice, not a small one. "I understand it perfectly," Diana tells her before Steve returns. That night, Cersei awakens to find her daughter sitting before the fire, whispering quietly. "Diana? What are you doing up at this hour?" Cersei whispers as she crosses the room. "I couldn't stop thinking about it. About what I am," Diana tells her. She glances up. "If I am a great warrior, and will someday be an even greater one, a savior of humanity, as you say, then I cannot fail in my first mission for humanity," Diana tells her. But Cersei doesn't understand. Diana motions to Steve, who is asleep nearby. "One good man is all it takes to save the world. He wasn't a gift, Mother. He was a test," Diana tells her. Cersei shakes her head and reaches for her daughter. "We don't know that," she whispers. But Diana pulls aside her cloak, revealing her severed arm laying before the fire. "If we are right that I am a great warrior, then the dominant arm of a great warrior is a worthy sacrifice," Diana tells her mother, who gasps and kneels by her daughter's side. "Diana, what have you done?" she cried. The next morning, Steve finds the women on the beach, standing before a roaring green fire as they cast their spells. He is shocked to find Diana is missing her arm, but before he can question the events, the spell takes effect and Steve begins to disappear. "Diana!" he calls, but the island is gone, and once again, Steve finds himself on the beach of Gateway City, shocked and confused. The spell was cast and Steve was gone. Diana looked sadly at where he once stood. "I'm sorry you didn't get to say goodbye," Cersei tells her daughter, but Diana shakes her head. "I will see him again," she says softly. In the present, the tentacle tightens on Diana's arm, but she whispers a spell and the arm suddenly disappears with a crackle of magic. Diana falls through the air, but begins to fly again and returns to the command center. "Are you okay? Your arm! It took your arm!" one of the officers says as he rises to her side. But Diana shakes her head, angry that the soldiers have not retreated yet. "I'm fine. I lost my arm long ago. In its place is a magic arm my mother and I made. I can get it back, but it will take complicated magic. Diana says. She looks around, questioning the soldiers if she was unclear about them retreating. You need to leave now, she says to the officers as she clicks on a prosthetic arm. She turns to find Steve standing before her, a hand reaching out for her missing arm. This is how you got me out. You gave them a hero's arm, he says softly. Diana smiles and places a hand against his cheek. I believe I called it a warrior's arm, but it was more than worth it, she tells him. Steve looks up, explaining that he doesn't want to abandon her to this monster. I know, it's why you were worth saving, but you need to listen to me and go, she whispers. Diana heads back outside, hoping to buy the evacuation more time. But as she steps outside, she stumbles into Dr. Barbara Minerva. Miss, you shouldn't be here, Diana tells the excited woman. Barbara stares at her in awe, and Diana turns to leave. Wonder Woman! Barbara suddenly shouts. Diana turns back to her in surprise. The Amazons! It's what they would call their champion. You are one, right? An Amazon? Barbara says, her words rushed out. Diana stands before her. You know about the Amazons? She asks. Barbara nods, explaining that she has studied the myth of Amazons her whole life. She even wrote her dissertation on it. But suddenly, the screech of the tetracide echoes through the city. I must go. We will speak on this more, Diana says before leaping into the air and flying away. She stands on the beach once more, staring at the tetracide as it grows ever closer. But Diana finally has a plan, something that might save the people of Gateway City. Diana gathers a news reporter and his cameraman, bringing them to the highest building in the city to work her magic. She looks up at them as she begins to trace a magic sigil. This is not for recording, gentlemen, Diana tells them, explaining that magic is very powerful and sacred, and someone must earn the responsibility to wield it. She begins to cast her spell, and finally looks at the reporters to begin broadcasting. Once the camera is rolling, Diana begins to speak to the people of Gateway City, warning them of the horror that is coming, but asking them not to be afraid. My name is Diana, and I'm afraid that I need your help to save your city. This will be difficult to hear, to understand, but to save you from the fate of the tetracide, I'm going to briefly make the entire city deaf, she tells them. She knows that the people will be afraid, but they need to remain calm and help those around them while she battles this great evil. I came here to save your city, but today will be up to each of you to save your city instead. I know you can do it. Wonder Woman believes in you, she tells Gateway City. She reaches for a magic vial in her pouch and smashes it in the center of her sigil. A powerful magic explodes outwards, and a green mist begins to blanket across the city as Diana's plan begins to take effect. Gateway City now. Etta and Gia Candy watch the news of the attack on the TV. They watch as Diana stands before the camera, asking that everyone help their neighbors as the spell of deafness falls over the city. Etta holds up a sign for her sister, explaining that she is going out to help. She reaches for the door to their shop and opens it, but both sisters are shocked to find Diana and Steve Trevor standing before them. Hey Etta, can we come in? Steve asks. But Gia suddenly begins to freak out. Oh God, I can hear you! Am I going to hear the death sound? Gia shouts as she quickly covers her ears in a panic. But Diana smiles and motions for her to remain calm. You're okay. I've done a protective spell around this building so that we can communicate safely. Steve introduces Diana to the pair, explaining that she and her mother were the ones who protected him while on the Wild Isle in Hell. Etta and Gia stare at the Amazon in shock. This is a lot to process, but I'm guessing there's no time for that. Why are you here? Etta asks. Steve nods and smiles, explaining that Diana needed help of the witches. Stepping forward, Diana puts an arm around Gia and motions to her shop. Fear not, Gia. I come seeking only ingredients, no more. I had to use the last of some things for the spell to deafen the city, Diana tells her. She flexes the prosthetic that has replaced her magical right arm, explaining that while the arm was forged in fire by Hephaestus himself and is a powerful weapon, she will need her magical second arm to defeat the Tetracide. Gia nods at the warrior. Arms are good to have, she says softly. Diana begins to list off the ingredients that she requires, and Gia moves quickly around the shop, gathering the most rare items from a safe. Diana smiles at her. Gia, thank you. You are quite the witch, she says as the final items are laid on the counter. Diana looks around the room, questioning whether the girls have somewhere else that she can cast the spell, because there will be quite a lot of blood, Diana notes. A short time later, Diana is in the back room of the shop. Her upper body was covered in the blood that Steve, Gia, and Etta donated. The trio watch wide-eyed as Diana begins to mutter her spell inside a circle of power. Blood-red light begins to fill the room, and energy suddenly slams into Diana's chest. Long ago, on the Wild Isle in Hell, Circe rushed outside from her cave home. She falls to her knees and tries to catch her breath. So the visions have started then, a voice calls to her. Circe looks up, but keeps her eyes shut tight. You did this? She demands. There's a long pause. Yes, my most devoted disciple, the voice finally answers. Circe asks why. Why would the voice do this to her? Why would she allow her devoted disciple to be imprisoned on this island and bring her a child that wasn't her own? There is a great and powerful game afoot, Circe. A new path has been set, the voice says, explaining that she foresaw that Circe would love and care for the child, and that the child's love would in turn change Circe. I could see that only one such as you could raise the hero that we would need. I see that you will, in time, defy even me to protect her, the voice says. Suddenly, a light fills the sky that Circe can see even through her tightly shut eyes. You may look upon me, Circe, most beloved of all my beloved. Look upon Hecate and know you are blessed and will be remembered. The goddess calls. Circe opens her eyes and looks upon the goddess of magic and witchcraft. Shortly, she returns to the cave, where Diana is asleep on her bed. Circe looks at her daughter, remembering the visions of the future that she saw in her dreams, of the hero that Diana would become. Diana suddenly opens her eyes and reaches for Circe. I had a bad dream, Diana whispers as Circe lays next to her, whispering that she too had a bad dream. Diana yawns and pulls tight against her mother, asking what her dream was about. Circe takes a moment, staring up at the rocky ceiling of their cave dwelling. The future, she finally whispers softly in the darkness. The door to the stockroom opens and Diana steps out, her magical arm returned and glowing. Thank you, my friends. My strength has fully returned. I owe you a debt, and it will not be forgotten, Diana says as she moves to wash the dried blood from her body. She moves towards the door, preparing to head back out to battle the Tetracide. But she is shocked as she looks at the pier, as smoke and fire show the creature's path into the city. By Hecate, no, Diana whispers. She leaps into the air, flying back into the city. She hovers close to the massive monster, trying to think of some way to stop its advance. The people of Gateway City can't hear the death sound, so they are not coming to the monster. Instead, it has gone looking for them. Every step shakes the earth, and buildings quake and crumble at its passing. Suddenly, an idea springs into mind, and Diana flies back out of the city. She returns to the ocean and hovers over the place where her sword disappeared beneath the waves. She begins to cast another spell, and the ocean begins to bubble. Finally, the blade breaks free of the waters and returns to her hands. "Hello, my friend. I've had a very big idea for you. You're going to love it," Diana says with a smile. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a potion bottle. Another quick spell, and the red liquid inside begins to bubble. Diana throws the potion onto the beach, and the air is suddenly filled with the screeches and cries of humanity. Horror and fear echo throughout the beach. Inside the city, the tetracide suddenly turns. It begins to move back towards the beach, drawn to the sounds of anguish that it yearns for. Waiting at the pier, Diana has begun to cast another spell, this time on her sword. It begins to glow green, and as the spell finishes, it grows even larger. Yet Diana still wields it as if it were as light as a feather. She leaps into the sky, holding a sword so massive that it could stand against the likes of the tetracide. Yet the monster does not seem to notice as it continues towards the cries of anguish. Diana hovers over the great monster, ready to strike with her blade. Finally, she shouts an order to Pegasus, who blasts the tetracide with hellfire. The monster looks up and opens its mouth in a roar. Diana responds with her own battle cry and charges downward. The sword is pointed at the monster's mouth, and there's a sickening sound as the metal pierces the great monster, cutting it in two. The monster trembles for a moment before falling to the side, defeated. Victorious, Diana walks away, with news cameras capturing the entire ordeal. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, the president is watching the event unfold. He looks at a nearby woman. "Kale, you're the National Security Advisor. Advise already," he demands. The blonde woman turns to him. "Mr. President, even if she killed that thing, I'd say we still have a very big problem on our hands." Diana stands on the beach, glaring up at the tetracide as its body slides apart, cleaved in two by her mighty greatsword. But Diana knows the truth. While the monster is severely wounded, it is not yet dead. Her sword tumbles through the air, shrinking as she catches it. Suddenly, there is a sound of approaching fighter jets. Diana looks up as the US military opens fire on the tetracide with missiles. The powerful weapons fly through the air, but the tetracide lets out a bellowing roar and swats away the three missiles. Diana watches in horror as the missiles turn back towards the city. "Hera, no!" she whispers. She leaps into the air and quickly gives chase, whispering words of magic and tossing a spell to stop the weapons. "Hecate, please, aid your servant in her hour of need," Diana whispers as she throws the spells. Two of the missiles are grabbed and turned away from the city, but the third missile manages to continue forward. It grows closer to striking one of the buildings, but suddenly, Pegasus is there, opening his bony jaws and breathing a burst of hellfire that destroys the weapon. "Thank you, Pegasus," Diana whispers. She glances up to see the fighter planes turning around for another pass. "Can't be having any more of that," she says to herself. Shortly, the fighter pilot glances up from his instruments. His eyes widen as he sees the female warrior flying alongside him. "Hi, so I need you to not do that again. All right?" Diana requests. He stares at her for a moment, dumbfounded, but finally nods. Yes, ma'am," the pilot says with a nod. Diana nods back and flies off. Finally, she is floating over the mighty tetracide, which is already slowly healing, pulling and knitting its bisected body back together. Diana stares at it. She has only been buying time up to this point, but now, she needs to end this fight. She reaches down to her belt and begins to unravel her glowing lasso. Her mind fills with memories as she thinks back to her time on the Wild Isle in Hell. Cersei had handed her daughter the lasso as they sat around the fire. It's a last resort, Diana, but you will need that more than once where you're headed, Cersei had warned. Diana smiles sadly at her mother and sighs. Would it trouble us so to talk about some of my future in a positive light, Mother? Diana asks. Cersei looks up at her daughter and nods. Diana, I'm very sorry if I've given you the impression your future is negative, because it's not. It's glorious, filled with beauty and horror, danger and opportunity, which is why you will need this, Cersei says. She wraps the lasso around Diana's hand, explaining that it will hold anything and that it has the power to transform anything. I have named her Thesia. It means sacrifice, Cersei tells her. Diana stares down at the glowing lasso in her hands and nods. Her quest has begun, and she leaves Cersei by the fire. A short time later, Diana returns. Her body is cut and torn, blood seeping from several small wounds. You didn't have to wait up, Diana gasps as she collapses by the fire. Speak plainly, Diana, Cersei whispers as she looks up to her daughter. Diana looks up, memories of her battle with the Harpy filling her mind. They fought into a cave, with Diana losing her battle axe. She had no choice but to use the lasso to strangle the monster, watching as the light faded from her eyes. I found it a bit cruel, Diana finally whispers. Cersei stares at her for a moment, anger flashing in her eyes as she stands. Diana, not everything you meet will decide to be your best friend. Many will try to kill you even before shoving away your hand of friendship. Thesia is made exactly for that, Cersei says before turning away and walking back to their home. Diana sighs as she watches her mother leave. She tends the fire, slowly putting it out. She either cannot see the cruelty in it, or she does not care, Diana whispers. But suddenly, there is a light within the smoke as the fire goes out. Diana looks up as her goddess Hecate floats before her. You're right, Hecate tells her. Hecate leans down to her chosen warrior, explaining that Cersei made her daughter a cruel weapon, but would only do so because she knows that Diana would need it. Diana bows her head. This weapon, perhaps we do not see things the same way, Diana says softly. But Hecate shakes her head. This lasso is your mother, girl. She made it with love and pain, fire and blood. It's a lasso of transmogrification, because transformation is what she knows best. And for you, she demands only the best, Hecate whispers before disappearing in the smoke as it dissipates. Shortly, Diana returns to her cave and finds her mother, asking for her forgiveness. There's nothing to forgive, Cersei says softly, not looking up from her tea. But Diana kneels before her mother. Thesia is not a weapon I would have made for myself, but I see that is a good thing. As for myself, my vision is narrow. I will always benefit from my mother's eyes. I was wrong to doubt you, Diana whispered. Now, she floats over the tetracide, staring at the monster as it continues to heal. She lowers to the beach and looks down at the lasso in her hands, looking at Thesia that her mother had created, and a plan begins to form in her mind. Of course, it was in front of me all the time. I am become her, she who is both terrible and tragic, cursing and cursed, forever entwined in injustice, a living hell. This mantle must I accept today, for a far greater good, in hope and faith that I will once again someday become Diana of the Wild Isle, Diana, last of the Amazons, Diana, daughter of Cersei. Mother, please do not forget me. For now, Diana whispers as she begins to wrap the lasso around her arm, remembering her mother's words, her teachings. Diana's body begins to transform, growing in size as her skin becomes thick and scaly. Now, I am doomed. I
I am Medusa, and none that see my face shall live.
She roars as she raises up as the half-snake creature, her hair twisting and hissing. Back at the magic shop, Steve, Minerva, and the sisters watch the transformation on the news. "What happened to her?" Steve whispers in horror. "She's Medusa," Dr. Minerva says as she explains the story of Medusa to the three. Back on the beach, Medusa slides forward, hissing as the tetracide roars at her. She stares at it, and the tetracide stares back with its many small eyes. Those eyes regard Medusa, and the curse suddenly takes effect. The tetracide stops moving, its body transforming into stone, stopping forever. But Medusa isn't done. She turns back towards the city, sliding forward, searching for more prey. "It's dead. Why is she still Medusa?" Minerva asks as she watches her laptop. "Maybe it's not that simple? If you become something else, how do you remember what you were?" Etta asks. Steve ponders this for a moment before nodding. He tears the sleeve from his shirt, making a blindfold. "Your friends remind you," he says as he heads for the door, not allowing the sisters to stop him. Meanwhile, Medusa is moving through the streets, her tail lashing out and smashing buildings as she slides forward. But a voice calls out to her. "Diana?" Steve says, moving forward, his eyes covered. "Diana, I know you can hear me, and I know you understand that this is not who you are. You must remember, you are Diana, Witch of the Wild Isle, daughter of Circe, the last of the Amazons, Wonder Woman, hero of Gateway City," Steve calls. Medusa holds her hands to her ears as the scales begin to fall away. The snake body begins to shrink, and once again, Diana stands before him. "One good man can save the world, Steve. Thank you," Diana whispers to him. But the battle isn't complete just yet. Thanking Steve once more, Diana flies back to the beach and punches the now stoned tetracide hard enough to crack the stone and shatter it, making sure the beast is destroyed. She returns to the beach to find her new friends waiting for her. "What now?" they all ask. But Diana smiles at them. "Oh, there's so much to be done. I'm not going anywhere," she begins to explain. But suddenly, a hole opens up in the sand behind them, and a massive glowing hand reaches up, grabbing Diana and pulling her into the hole, leaving her friends stunned on the beach and staring after her. "What the f***?" Etta finally shouts after a long pause. Diana finds herself in the throne room of Hades, Lord of the Underworld. Diana does not hesitate to kneel before the Lord of the Dead. "Princess, let's see that pretty face," Hades orders from his throne. His body is a swirling wisp of god particles on whose head hovers a red crown. Diana does not protest and removes her war helm. "Lovely. Princess, you cannot leave the underworld," he tells her. Diana smiles and raises her head slightly, staring at the fearsome god. "Except I did," she says softly. Hades' eyes smolder for a moment as he glares at her. "Yes, you did, and we'll be getting to how you did that in short order. But first, disarm yourself, princess," he orders. Diana motions to her armor, pointing out that she has no weapons. But Hades is no fool. He knows that as a true witch, nearly everything she is wearing is a weapon. The princess sighs and begins to unclip her armor and drop it to the floor with a clatter. "I am surprised, sire," she notes. "You are a god, and yet you fear my weapons?" But Hades waves away the notion with an air of arrogance. Curiosity rules this more than fear, I'd say, he says, noting that Diana's tongue has been sharpened by her witch mother. Finally, Diana stands before the god, clad in only her normal clothes. She motions down to the armor that surrounds her. Better? She asks. But Hades shakes his head and motions to the pouch at her feet. Do you think I can't smell an enchanted pouch? The magic coming off that thing might as well have cartoonish stink lines. Empty it, he orders. Diana sighs again and reaches for the pouch. Magic escapes the bag as she pulls free every object. Her buster sword clatters to the ground, and she gently lays her 3 lassos next to it. Hades almost smiles at her. Just what every growing girl needs, I see, he whispers. He looks to one of his minions and orders the creature to bring him the crimson lasso. I'd advise against that, sire, Diana notes softly. The minion reaches for the lasso, and as its hand touches it, it suddenly bursts into flames and disappears. Diana nods at where the creature once stood. None may wield the nemesis lasso but me, my liege, Diana explains. Hades finally leans forward and stands from his throne, walking down the steps to stand before Diana. We would not have crafted such dangerous weapons in such a dangerous place unless we could be certain they would not be misused by others, Diana further explains. Hades stares down at the 3 lassos. You and your mother have been busy, he notes. Diana smiles again, pointing out that living in a dangerous place forces one to use weapons as a second nature. Tell me what this nemesis lasso is made from, Hades orders. Diana's smile falters as she thinks of her time on the Isle with her mother. She explains that as a child, Circe would send her on errands for simple weeds and plants. As she grew older, Circe would send her on more dangerous errands for ingredients. It was only when she sent me to Prometheus that I began to understand the true scope of my mother's vision, Diana says softly. Long ago, lightning cracks in the distance as Diana pulls herself up Mount Prometheus. Rain pelts down on her bare arms as she struggles up the side of the mountain, wishing to remain invisible to the eyes of whatever god might be watching. Finally, she reaches the place where Prometheus is chained, pinned to the side of the mountain and awaiting the punishment that was ever close. Diana stares at the giant god for a moment before unhooking the great axe from her back. She holds the blade out and slices gently along her arm, casting a spell with her blood and blessing the weapon. Prometheus looks up as the weapon begins to glow, noticing the warrior for the first time. Diana holds the weapon aloft. I ask your forgiveness, Lord Prometheus, she calls, shouting over the rumbling of nearby thunder. Diana takes a step and heaves the weapon, sending it across the plateau and crashing through the imprisoned god's chains. Prometheus stares at her for a moment before retrieving the weapon and handing it back to her. Diana kneels before him. Forgiveness for my inadequacy. I confess I have not the power to free you permanently, but I thought a respite might be welcome, she asks. Prometheus smiles down at her. It is indeed, princess, he rumbles. The 2 look up as an eagle approaches, prepared to enact Prometheus's punishment. But Diana calls out to the bird. It lands on her arm and she asks that it take a break from eating at Prometheus. The eagle screeches softly at her and Diana nods. Ah, thank you, sister. You will have the thanks and friendship of Diana, witch of the Wild Isle, for all my days. Diana whispers before the eagle leaps and flies away. Once more alone, Diana turns back to the god, who smiles at her. Cersei has been clever. I am happy to see that she's not lost a step since becoming trapped in the underworld. I am even happier to see that her daughter is much the same. Prometheus tells her as he sits and relaxes. But Diana admits that she has come to the mountain for a reason. Prometheus nods. Well, princess, ask for your boon, he tells her. Diana holds out a vial and kneels before Prometheus, confessing that she needs a vial of his blood so that she and her mother may create a weapon that will only be used in the service of protecting humanity from monsters and even the gods, should it come to that, she whispers. Prometheus ponders for a moment before placing his hand before Diana, ordering her to strike him and cleave a small piece of his finger, so that her weapon might be powered by his flesh and blood. Diana thanks him as she stands and takes up her axe, slicing through the tip of his finger. Bless this offering of flesh and blood in Hecate's name, she whispers as she picks up the piece and places it in her bag. Next, she holds up the vial and fills it with the draining blood. May it bring justice to the world, as Prometheus so divines. The blood of Prometheus, god of fire, fire of life. We thank you for your sacrifice, she whispers. But Prometheus is not done. He points to where his blood has spilled. Fire erupts, and a skeletal horse pulls itself from the earth. Diana, my last gift to you, Prometheus says, introducing her to the reborn Pegasus. Pegasus, like so many, has been radicalized by injustice. You will make a fine pair, Prometheus tells her. He bids her a fond farewell, wishing her to take leave before his punishment begins anew. Diana nods and mounts Pegasus and flies away. Now, in Hades' throne room, Diana finishes her tale. The god of the underworld nods and looks down at the lasso, noting that he can sense far more power than from just Prometheus. Diana admits that it was also made from the last basilisk. You killed the last basilisk? Hades questions, and Diana begins another tale. Zeus was displeased with Cersei and Diana, and so had sent the last basilisk to try and kill them many times. But this time, Diana had tracked the creature to its lair. She crept inward, aware that to look into the eyes of the basilisk is death. But Diana had taken precaution, and she had taken her eyesight with magic. The creature looked into her sightless eyes and realized that its gaze would have no power. Princess, the monster hissed. But Diana was ready and knew of the basilisk's weakness to exploit. In addition to removing her sight, she also removed her sense of smell and threw a magical vial at the basilisk, overwhelming its senses. It roared with pain and prepared to strike, but Diana met its attack and used her weapon to cleave the head from its body. Hades returns to his throne. The last basilisk, he whispers as he sits heavily. Finally, he leans forward. His eyes smolder once more as he glares at Diana. This has all been very educational, he says. He waves a hand and something drops out of the darkness from above, dangling in spectral chains. Diana's eyes widen in shock and horror as she looks up at her mother. Cersei, her mouth clasped in iron, is trapped in the chains. Mother? Diana whispers as tears begin to form in her eyes. Hades leans back on his throne. Ah, at last. No more smart remarks from that too-sharp tongue of yours, he says. We all have weaknesses, princess. Yours was quite easy to pinpoint. Long ago, in the bowels of the underworld, Diana ran along the shores of the Wild Isle, chasing after one of her pet monsters. But she stopped short as she rounded the corner to see the queen of the underworld waiting for her. Lady Persephone, Diana whispers, but the queen merely nods and smiles, motioning the young girl forward. Hello, Diana. Come meet my tree, she offers. Diana steps forward, surprised to see a tree growing on the Wild Isle. But Persephone explains that she is trapped in hell, and that everywhere she walks, life follows her. She stands and holds out a hand for Diana. But in the underworld, everything dies almost instantly. But sometimes, something very special breaks through. Come, show me the rest of your home, Diana. Perhaps we can encourage more to grow, Persephone offers. Diana smiles and takes her hand. I'd like that. Mother always needs more plants, she says. The two turn and begin to walk along the beach. Persephone looks down at the young Amazon and, almost as an afterthought, begins to tell her a tale. Have you ever heard the story of how I became the queen of the underworld, Diana? It involves a kidnapping and some very diabolical pomegranate seeds, the queen begins. Now, the queen watches as the chimera wraps its paws around Diana's throat. But the warrior twists out of the monster's grasp and hits it hard, knocking it across the arena of the damned. Quite the fight, Persephone notes. Hades nods his ethereal head as he continues to watch. Thank you, wife, Hades says absent-mindedly. Before, on the Wild Isle, Circe kneels before their hearth, whispering softly so as not to awaken the sleeping Diana nearby. She bows her head, whispering for an audience with Hecate, the goddess of magic. Hecate, please answer me. This is for Diana, and I must demand an audience with you. Now, Circe whispers. Suddenly, there's a whoosh of flames, and Hecate's head appears in the fires of the hearth, blazing the room to life. Speak fast, Circe. I only have seconds, Hecate orders her. Circe nods and explains that she knows what she must do, but she doesn't know how she is supposed to get her young daughter out of hell. How am I to accomplish this impossible task? Circe pleads. But the fiery head merely nods knowingly. There will be 2 escapes. The first is temporary, and you need not concern yourself with. The second is more permanent, but the path has been laid, Hecate explains. Circe doesn't understand, but Hecate can't tell her more. Ears are everywhere, Circe, she whispers, promising that Hecate saw what Zeus was planning long ago and began a new game. The way has been prepared, Hecate whispers as she explains that she once told Hades a fairy tale that impressed him long ago, before a strong breeze came through the cave, putting out the fire. Circe sighs and looks up. The breeze stirs again and knocks a book from its shelf. She reaches for it and flips it open, revealing the tale, The Lady or the Tiger. Now, the chimera takes a deep breath and roars. Flames erupt and bathe Diana, forcing her back long enough for the creature to rush forward and slash the warrior with her claws. The Amazon gasps with pain as blood spills from her wounds. Hades smiles and glances at his other captive. Circe sits beside his throne in chains, her mouth covered, tears falling from her eyes for her daughter's pain. Care to place a wager, Circe? Hades says. Before, Circe and Diana lay in their bed as Circe tells her daughter the tale of the Lady or the Tiger. Once upon a time, long ago, there was a beautiful princess, Circe began, turning the pages as the tale continued. She told Diana of a princess that fell in love with a handsome young man, but the king refused to allow them to marry, as the man was not a prince, but a poor farmer. He ordered his guards to take the man to the arena, where he would face 2 doors. The king declared that the gods would decide the man's fate. Behind one door was a beautiful woman, and behind the other was a tiger and certain death. Can't he reason with the tiger? Or fight it as a last resort? Diana asks her mother. But Cersei smiles and shakes her head. No, Diana. Most people can neither communicate with tigers nor fight them and live, she explains quietly. The story continues. The princess was still very much in love with the man and told him that she would signal which door he must take. But the princess learned that the beautiful woman behind the door was someone that she was deeply jealous of, a woman who the young man had once loved, and the princess had long hated. Now, she had to choose the fate of her love. When the time came, the young man looked up at the princess, and she gave a signal. He trusted her completely, and so walked towards the door that she motioned to. And Cersei closes the book. The end, she says gently. Diana looks up at her mother in confusion. Wait, what? She asks, unsure of why the story has stopped, pointing out that they don't know what happened. I think that's the point, darling, Cersei tells her softly. But this just confuses Diana even more. And over the years, Diana thinks on the story, trying to decipher its meaning and the lesson her mother was trying to impart. Finally, when she is a teen, Diana figures it out. Now, she punches the Chimera once more before whirling and kicking it across the arena. Persephone sighs and glances at her husband. Tell me again, what is the point of the fighting, husband? She asks. Hades shrugs. Well, you know I like a good fight, and sometimes someone loses a limb. Very exciting, he tells her. Diana wipes the blood from her nose as the monster rushes once more. I am sorry, sister. Yield and fight another day, Diana pleads. But the Chimera roars in anger and charges. But Diana grabs a hold of the monster's throat and brings her to the ground. She is beaten, Hades! Do not make me kill her, Diana shouts. But Hades shakes his head. Only one of you may leave the arena, princess, Hades calls. Diana glares at him. If you force me to kill her for nothing more than sport, then you are not the god I thought you might be, and it will draw a fateful line between us, Diana snarls. But she has no choice, and she twists the head of the mighty creature, stopping once the bones snap. Rest easy in your next life, sister. Forgive me, Diana whispers as she lowers the Chimera to the ground. She wipes the blood from her wounds and begins to recite a spell. Her eyes start glowing and she rises up from the floor of the arena, magical energy pouring off of her. Hades, you are no god, no lord. You are the warden of a prison. Nothing more, Diana calls. Hades stands, his ethereal form pulsing with anger. You dare to speak to me in such a way? The Lord of the Underworld? He shouts. I do, Diana growls. She floats forward, power radiating from her as Hades is forced back. How is she this powerful? He hisses. But she smiles at him, pointing out that her power comes from being unjustly trapped in hell. I believe we have a game to finish. A question of 2 doors? Diana asks. Hades glares at her for a moment before nodding and pointing to the 2 doors in the arena. Pick a door, princess, so I no longer have to look upon your face. Behind one door is certain death. Behind the other, freedom, Hades tells her, before revealing that if Diana should win her freedom, she will never be allowed in the underworld again until her death. He smiles back at Cersei. You will lose your daughter forever. Your wild isle will be barren stone once more, for all eternity. He gloats. Diana looks to her mother and sees a tear rolling down her cheek. But Cersei motions gently with her head, just like the princess in the story. Diana trusts her mother and flies down to the door, pushing it open to reveal a golden light from within. Thank you for trusting me, Mother, Diana whispers, as she turns away from the door and flies back up. What's this? Did I stutter? You've won your freedom, and you may not return, Hades says to her. But Diana shakes her head and steps forward. She picks up her mother's chains and snaps them. About that, it seems some time ago, I had the occasion to eat some pomegranate seeds your wife gave me, Diana says as she frees her mother. Hades glares at his wife. What have you done, Persephone? Hades demands. The queen shrugs, pointing out that she has done nothing but feed Diana one of his treasured seeds, meaning that she must return to the underworld for 1 month for every seed taken. But Diana did this out of love and wasn't tricked like Persephone was. And so Diana must return. Unless, of course, would you like to break the rules of the seed? You'll have your win, husband, but you will lose your bride, Persephone says with a smile. Hades looks to Diana and glares at her as his body begins to turn to mist. This is not finished, princess. You've made a grave miscalculation and a motivated enemy, he tells her before disappearing. Later, Diana flies her mother back to the Wild Isle, promising to return. I'll send you a message as soon as I build the Hyron in Gateway City, as we planned, Diana tells Cersei. She holds out a hand to her mother. In Hecate's name, fare thee well, mother, Diana tells her as she floats away. In Hecate's name, daughter, Cersei whispers. Diana opens her eyes. She is sitting somewhere in the wilds of Gateway City. She smiles at the small animals that have gathered around her. Hello, my darling. Are you next? She asks quietly as she picks up a pigeon. The bird coos gently at her as Diana attaches another message scroll to its leg. She picks up each of the birds in turn and gives each of them a scroll. Please, my friends, search far and wide for my sisters. Bring me news of them and take my message to them in turn. Go in faith and hope. Hecate protects you and all you love, Diana says to them as the birds take flight and flap away. Diana watches them until they disappear. Thank you, she whispers. Meanwhile, at an undisclosed location in the western United States, Director Veronica Cale has arrived at Area 41, the headquarters of the Global Anti-Terrorism Organization. Cale doesn't bother looking at the security guards as she makes her way through the compound, eventually taking the elevator down to sub-level 7. How's her mood? Cale asks the security technician as she looks down on the glass bubble cell that lays in the room beneath her. The security woman looks up from her control panel. She's, a bit agitated, the woman admits. Cale nods and sighs. That explains the 79 emails I've received from her this morning, Cale notes as she pulls on a gas mask and prepares to enter the cell. Keep your hand on that button while I'm in there, she orders over her shoulder. The technician nods as her hand hovers over the venting button for the cell. Cale prepares herself for a moment before hitting the door release. The doors slide open and she walks up to the glass bubble.
Cale, you unbelievable bitch!
Dr. Poison growls as she turns to look at her visitor. Cale doesn't respond as she sits before the glass cell. Dr. Poison, what on earth can I do to please you today? Cale finally asks. Dr. Poison stalks forward in her heavy suit and bangs on the glass, once again demanding a new suit. For the last time, I have people working on it, Kale tells her, reminding the prisoner that there have been a fair amount of new developments in the last 24 hours. But Poison waves away the notion.
I don't care about your stupid Wonder Woman. I care about a new suit so I can get my fine motor skills here. Do you know how hard it is to do delicate experiments in this World War II relic?
She snaps. But Kale finally smiles a little beneath her gas mask as she holds up a recording device. You're going to change your tune when I play something for you. I'm curious if you'll have a different reaction to it since you're non-corporeal. Dr. Poison suddenly slides out of her suit, revealing that her body is made up of sentient poison gas. Kale taps the play button on the recording, and the poison gas visibly begins to shake, ripples passing through it as if it is somehow in pain. Kale finally hits the stop button, and Poison stares at the recording device in fascination. See what you can do with it. I know it's not your specialty, but you're simply one of my best, Poison. I'll check in at the end of the week, Kale says as she passes the recording through the slot and stands to leave. Poison slides back into her suit and picks up the device, turning away to immediately start working. Her issues with their arrangement are forgotten for the moment as inspiration hits her. Kale heads back up to the security office, staring down at the doctor in her cell as she quickly gets to work. She's requested an exit permit, 2 hours. Fresh soil samples, she says, the tech tells her. Kale stares at the doctor for a moment before nodding. Approved. 2 hours. And she takes an armed guard, Kale orders. Meanwhile, back in Gateway City, Steve Trevor has led Barbara Minerva and the sisters Gia and Etta to Diana's forest home in the middle of the city. Wow, Barbara says as she looks around. She is drawn to a stone in the center of the clearing and slowly reaches out for it. Look at this stone, she whispers. But Diana is suddenly there and takes hold of Barbara's hand. Please don't touch the stone, Barbara. It is untouched by human hands, and I need it to stay that way just a bit longer. You may examine it at your leisure when I finish, Diana tells her. Barbara nods in disappointment. All right, she whispers. Diana thanks them all for coming and takes the ingredients she asked from Gia. This property is worth a couple million easy. They're not just gonna let you have this, Diana, much as they should, Etta notes. But Diana smiles and shakes her head. I think you'll find that I own it already. The land is mine. Though, owning land is admittedly an odd concept to me, Diana tells them. She begins to lay the ingredients out and ushers her friends away, asking them to step outside the clearing while she prepares a spell. Barbara tries to argue that she would like to watch and study, but Steve takes hold of her arm. Barbara, you'll soon learn to question her less. Trust me, Steve whispers as they step away. Alone once more, Diana looks down at her ingredients. She reaches for her knife and gently cuts her arm, drawing the necessary blood for the needed spell. Her eyes begin to glow as she calls out to the gods, asking for the aid of Hecate, Athena, Artemis, Hestia, Aphrodite, Demeter, and Hera to place her home and to aid her in her quest. The ground begins to rumble beneath her as stone pushes its way to the surface. When Diana opens her eyes again, a new home has formed before her. Moments later, Steve and the others return, shocked to find a full marble building standing before them. This was absolutely not here 5 minutes ago. This is insane, Barbara whispers, but Steve just nods and smiles. This is knowing Diana, he tells them. The door opens and Diana steps out, ushering them in with a smile. Come, I've made tea, she calls. The group sits around and enjoys their tea, but Diana suddenly turns away. Do you hear that? She asks as her teacup falls to the floor. Pain and confusion cross her face as she quickly moves towards the exit. I have to go! You stay here! You'll be safer here! She gasps before leaping into the air and flying away.
Moments later, Diana arrives in Union Square over Gateway City. She looks down in horror as she sees small spiders crawling along the concrete, each one broadcasting a strange variation of the Tetraside's call. "Hecate, give me strength to persevere," Diana whispers before she flies down, slamming into the ground and quickly beginning to attack the small mechanical spiders. She begins to smash them and pull people to safety, but there are too many strange robots. "This is too slow. I need them to come to me. I need to be more of a threat," Diana thinks to herself as she reaches into her pouch and pulls out a glowing potion. She smashes it against the ground and the magic spills out, wrapping around her, engulfing her in a magical flame. The spiders immediately turn to this new threat and skitter forward, crawling over Diana as they broadcast their horrid noise. The sound weakens Diana and she falls to her knees. Her mind is full of pain and confusion, but finally she gathers her strength and she smashes her fists into the ground, destroying large swaths of the robots. She leaps into the air and spins, throwing the creatures off of her. As she gathers herself, she turns and sees the spiders are coming from a nearby construction building. "I hope whoever's up there likes getting punched in the throat," Diana growls as she flies to the building. She lands on the upper floors and easily kicks down the half-finished drywall. "Whoever you are, I hope you're at peace with your creators," Diana bellows as she storms into the room, her eyes glowing with magical fury. But Dr. Poison steps back and holds up her hands in surrender.
Wait! Don't hit me! My name is Dr. Poison, and you're going to want to hear me out, Princess.
Poison shouts, making Diana stop short.
"I know where you can find an Amazon."
Her eyes widening in shock. Far above Gateway City, Diana grabs Dr. Poison by her suit and hangs her over the edge of the skyscraper. "First things first, Doctor. Turn off your monstrous tetraspiders," Diana orders as the tiny mechanical spiders that broadcast the tetraside signal stalk behind her. Dr. Poison scrambles to grab hold of Diana's arm and steady herself.
"Bring me in! The controls are inside!"
she stammers. Diana glares at her for a moment. "No games, Doctor. You have seen what I will do to save this city. Do not think yourself special," Diana warns, before tossing her inside. Dr. Poison moves quickly, crawling across the floor to her laptop and begins to tap commands. Dr. Poison glances over her shoulder at the Amazon.
"There's toxic gas in this suit. If you toss me out the window, it's sure to leak out and kill people,"
Dr. Poison warns her. Moments later, the spiders all stop in their tracks. The signal ends its broadcast. Diana steps forward as she crushes one of the spiders in her hands. She is confused. "Did your government do this to you, Doctor?" she asks. Dr. Poison shakes her head.
"Not exactly."
"But they gave you this sound, didn't they? This poor recording of the Tetraside song? Unconscionable behavior," Diana growls. Dr. Poison reaches down and begins to pack up her laptop, pointing out that Diana is angrier with her government than she was with the giant monster that tried to kill the world. That was an ancient monster from another world doing only what it knew how to do. It was not a clever human harnessing dangerous weapons it doesn't understand, only to use them to purposely hurt fellow citizens, Diana points out. But Diana steps in Dr. Poison's way, stopping her from packing up and ordering her to call all the tetraspiders back to the skyscraper so that they can destroy them.
"I didn't agree to."
Dr. Poison starts to argue, but Diana motions back to the window. "Have you forgotten about the window, Doctor?" she asks. Poison sighs, turns and sets the laptop back up and begins to execute the commands. Behind her, Diana kneels and begins to trace sigils into the floor with a glowing potion.
Tell me how you know of an Amazon. Tell me about my sister, Diana finally says. Dr. Poison continues to work on the laptop, but explains that in the lowest levels of Area 41, there's an ancient maze.
There are all kinds of things trapped inside,
Dr. Poison says, explaining that some of them were there when the maze was discovered, while others were put there by the government. Some are human, while others are creatures they don't understand. And was my sister someone you put in the maze? Or someone that was already there? Diana asks sharply. Dr. Poison turns back to her, explaining that the Amazon was already there. Now, the spiders have gathered around Diana, and she activates her spell. A portal begins to open on the floor, and the spiders disappear through it.
What have you done? Where are they going?
Dr. Poison asks as she backs away in fear. Diana stands and begins to hover towards the window. To hell. Don't do this again, Doctor. I'll be watching, Diana warns before flying away. Later, she returns to the Hyron and tells her friends everything that she learned from Dr. Poison. It's clearly a trap, Steve warns her. Diana nods as she gathers ingredients for her potions, pointing out that regardless of whether it's a trap or not, she must find this lost Amazon. There is nothing I wouldn't try, nowhere I wouldn't go for the faintest hope of finding a sister, Diana explains. Steve follows her back inside, still worried about the potential dangers of her trip, pointing out that this maze is being used as a prison and that she doesn't even know how to get inside. But Diana has begun to mix her potion. She lifts a vase and pours the red liquid onto the floor. Dipping her hand in it, she begins to trace the outline of a door into the wall, while whispering words of power. Stephen, you know me well enough to know I make my own doors, Diana tells him as the portal opens. Diana's friends step back in amazement as magic pulses through the room. Diana steps through the portal and it closes behind her. She looks around at the dark and ancient stone maze. An odor of decay reaches her and Diana wrinkles her nose. She holds out her hand and casts another sigil against the wall, creating a golden sign to mark where she entered the maze. Reaching down to her bag, she pulls out a magic torch that finally casts light on the dark tunnels. And so, Diana begins to make her way through the labyrinth. She wanders for a time. The corridors all begin to look the same. But suddenly, the sounds of battle begin to echo off the stones around her. Diana moves quickly down the hallway until she rounds the corner to find a scene of carnage. Strange fish creatures surround a minotaur, launching attacks against the angry warrior. Diana dons her helmet of war and draws forth the nemesis lasso. She launches herself into the fight, pulling a fishman to safety before whirling and wrapping the lasso around the minotaur's arm. Diana needs to find clarity in this chaotic situation. She wraps the minotaur tighter and pulls him down to her level as she searches his soul for the truth of his intention. This will either bring him to his knees or prove his innocence, she thinks to herself. It takes but a moment, but she finds it. Quickly, she steps back and releases the man-bull. Apologies, friend. I don't know what this is, but you have my axe, she tells him. Diana whirls back to the fishmen, lashing out with her lasso to keep them back. Or perhaps the lasso will do, she says as she steps back to back with the minotaur. What do we fight for, friend? Our lives or something more? Diana questions as the fishmen draw closer. The minotaur glances at her. They want Petra, he grunts at her. Diana glances to the wall, where she sees a young woman, a siren, nearly dead, but a siren nonetheless. The minotaur lets out a bellow and rushes into the fishmen, driving them back. Diana joins him, slashing with her lasso and throwing punches. The two warriors push the fishmen back until they start to hesitate to continue their attack. You have had but a taste of the Nemesis lasso, fiends. It cries for your sin. Let it taste more. Come closer, I beg you. Diana calls to them, but the fishmen retreat down the labyrinth. With the battle over, Diana removes her helmet. She turns back to her new friend as he reaches down and retrieves the young siren.
We must go. I hear more menfish close by. They'll join together and redouble their attack.
The Minotaur grunts. Diana nods and joins them, and the trio move through the darkness of the maze.
Thank you for your timely assistance, stranger. I am Ferdinand,
the Minotaur tells her, explaining that he's always lived inside the maze, and that he has a place that they can hide. They continue down the hall, and Diana glances at her new friend. I know this is hardly the time for it, but have you seen an Amazon inside the maze? Diana asks him. Ferdinand ponders on it for a moment.
Some say Clea is an Amazon, though I have seen no evidence of it other than her strength. She is the monster who has taken control of the maze. The woman who hunts Petra,
Ferdinand tells her. The pair round the corner and stop short. The fishmen are kneeling, and a woman walks across their knees. It's not Clea, it's Queen Clea, she tells them, glaring at them both. But then, you have always had a disrespectful tongue, Ferdinand. After I've grown weary of your screams, we'll cut it out so I never have to think of you again, Clea tells them. Diana stares at the woman and knows one thing for certain. That is no Amazon. Diana stands ready. The maze corridors are tight around her, but she steps in front of the Minotaur Ferdinand and the siren Petra. Diana glances at the seemingly young girl. She is surprised that the siren does not use her song to merely lay waste to their enemies, but realizes that she may be unable to speak. Reaching into her magic pouch, Diana draws her axe and prepares for a fight.
Don't let them get around us!
Ferdinand rumbles as the fishmen rush forward at the urging of Clea, their queen. Diana meets them, ramming into one and slamming him into the stone walls. Another falls to a slash from her axe, before another is tossed over her shoulder. The Minotaur joins her, using his massive size and strength to bring more fishmen to the ground. But Clea is shouting at her forces, ordering them to bring up a ballista. Prepare to fire, you fools! Clea bellows in anger, but Ferdinand sees the potential attack. He whirls quickly, throwing the fishmen aside, shielding Diana and Petra with his massive frame. The large wooden arrows sail forward as the drawstring is loosened. The projectiles pierce his flesh and bring forth a grunt of pain. Diana moves to help him, but he waves her away.
Go! Protect Petra! Get out if you can!
Ferdinand rumbles softly. Diana nods and puts a hand to his shoulder. Do not give up, my friend. I will be back for you. Have faith. You have the promise of Diana, Witch of the Wild Isle. Diana whispers. She whirls quickly and lifts Petra into her arms, before rushing off into the maze. The fishmen rush forward, pushing Ferdinand's weakened body to the floor. Bind him for travel, but bring me the siren now! I have waited long enough. And we'll deal with this strange interloper as we do all unwanted things, Clea says as she steps forward. But the fishmen turn to her in fear.
Your Majesty? They're gone,
one of them tells her. Anger flashes across Clea's face as her eyes widen. Find them and bring them to me! Kill the interloper, but I need the siren alive! Clea bellows in anger, her words echoing along the labyrinth's corridors. But Diana is already rushing away, Petra tucked in her arms. Before,
on the wild isle of Hell. The test is about to begin. Cersei prepares her young daughter for battle, tightening the buckles on Diana's armor and helmet as the young Amazon takes her battle axe from the friendly demons that wander the house. Cersei takes one last look at her daughter before pulling her into a hug. "Trust in yourself above all things, Diana, and all will be well," Cersei whispers. But Diana smiles and heads towards the door. "Don't worry, Mama. I'm not afraid of gods," Diana says over her shoulder. Darkness has fallen over the Wild Isle as Diana steps outside. A fog rolled in from the ocean that surrounds them. "Hello? I am Diana of the Wild Isle. Welcome to my home," Diana calls. Suddenly, the fog parts and out steps a massive black panther, its face covered in blood. "Hello, princess," the Black Panther says as it begins to circle the young girl. "We do not have much, but what we have is yours," Diana explains. But the panther circles her and proclaims that it will take all. It opens its massive jaws and it moves towards Diana suddenly, but the young Amazon does not move. "Defend yourself, princess," the panther demands. But Diana shakes her head. "I will not fight you for no reason," she explains simply. The panther continues to circle, explaining that it will rend her flesh, crack her bones. "I accept it. I can bear it," Diana tells it. "Because you are weak," the panther says as it bites down on Diana's arm, forcing her to drop her axe. "Now will you fight?" it asks. But Diana shakes her head. The panther growls softly at this defiance. Suddenly, it turns. A turtle has pulled itself from the waters and wandered onto the shore. The panther moves quickly, charging forward as its jaws open wide. But suddenly, Diana's axe falls in the panther's way, protecting the sea creature. "He did nothing to you. Leave him be," Diana snaps defiantly. The panther turns and smiles at her. "Ah, there you are, wild one. I knew I could find you," it tells her. Diana's hand begins to glow with the magic as the panther reaches out and pins the turtle to the ground with its massive paw. "That creature is under my protection. You may not harm him," Diana growls. She leaps forward, slamming into the panther, hitting it again and again. She swings her axe, drawing blood from the beast. But the panther is not deterred and charges at the young warrior. Later, the door to their home swings open. Cersei looks up, but finds no one standing in the entryway. "Diana?" she calls as she heads outside. The fog begins to swirl and lift, revealing the young girl unconscious on the rocks. "Diana, can you hear me?" Cersei asks as she lifts the young girl. Diana stirs and smiles at her, the turtle clutched in her arms. Safe. "You'd be proud, Mama. I did good. This is Nico," Diana whispers. Once inside their cave, Cersei takes care of her daughter. Tears spill from her eyes as she prays to Hecate by the fire, asking the goddess to spare Diana from the pain of her future. The smoke swirls around the room, solidifying and becoming an image of the goddess. "Please, Hecate, she's just a child," Cersei prays. But Hecate drifts forward. "Everything we do is to fashion her into a weapon," Hecate reminds Cersei, a smoke hand reaching out, gently stroking Diana's hair. "We love the child as we love few things, but do not be confused by the reason for her existence," Hecate says, explaining that Diana was created to be thrown into a system
that must be destroyed. But Cersei stares down at the sleeping child. If you were trying to make a weapon, why also make her a kind little girl? It's unfathomably cruel, Cersei whispers. Hecate swirls around the room, explaining that Diana is a little girl so that others will be dismissive of her, and she will be unseen. She is kind because monsters do not understand kindness, but also she is simply herself. I don't know that any of us could have imagined her this way, this pure, this compassionate, this full of love, Hecate whispers. They will never understand her, and that is an advantage. Have faith and hope, Cersei. We are only at the beginning. Hecate whispers before she drifts away with the smoke on the wind. Now, Diana is drawing close to the mark she left on the wall. It's not far, Petra. Hold fast. I'm getting you out, Diana whispers. She arrives at the place she left the door and using her magic opens it. Petra, I give you my word. I will not leave here without Ferdinand. May the goddesses protect you, Diana says as she kneels before the young siren and motions her through the door. Petra steps through to the Hyron and collapses to the floor. Steve and the others turn in shock at the young woman, standing over her and pondering her blue skin. Barbara, does she look dry to you? Steve asks. Then get her some water, Steve, Etta whispers quietly. Meanwhile, Diana has begun to move back through the maze, searching for her lost friend, but something is different. Strange flowers have begun to grow. Their perfumes swirl through the air. Before she realizes what is happening, she has breathed the flower's scent deeply. The world begins to shift around her. The walls become almost liquid. Something is moving behind her, and Diana turns to see swirling monsters. Their skin seems to drift and drip. By Hecate, what kind of monsters are you? Diana whispers. She turns to run. The walls are drifting as liquid around her, the scent making her confused. She even forgets why she is running. Finally, she comes to a stop in a vast chamber. Well, that worked rather nicely. Seeing you now, I see the truth of you. An Amazon, quite rare, and a prime candidate for the pit, Clea calls from her throne. But Diana isn't going down without a fight. Oh no you don't, menfish, Diana says lazily as the fishmen begin to surge towards her like a wave. Clea's laughter seems to bubble around the room. They prefer fishmen, actually, she calls. Diana whirls among the bubbly fishmen, throwing punches into them. I'll make note, Diana shouts, her own voice rising and falling like a wave. Finally, Clea waves her hands in annoyance, and Diana notices someone else in the chamber. It's honestly amazing I was able to conquer anything with these minions. Toss in the scientist. The Amazon will go in on her own free will to protect him, Clea calls. The fishmen move quickly, tossing the shouting human into the pit. Diana doesn't hesitate and leaps over the edge, diving downward and catching the stranger before they can hit the bottom. She lowers him to the ground and realizes that the entire chamber is full of the strange flowers that are affecting her mind. Try not to disturb the flowers too much. We'll go mad, the doctor whispers. But Diana can't help it. The perfume fills the air, making her mind even more loose and floaty than before. Diana reaches for her pouch, trying to get a potion that will help her see. Suddenly, Diana can hear something coming. She turns, trying to focus as the chamber melts around her. But something is coming for her. Something big,
that carries a hammer and looks almost made of fire. "Who are you?" Diana whispers. The creature says something, but its words are lost to the madness that quickly creeps over Diana. Deep within Area 41, in the ancient maze that was discovered, Diana fights for her life in the pit that Clea has tossed her into. But her mind is warped. The flowers around them have altered her sense of reality, and she swings her great axe at the fiery warrior that stands before her. The blade swishes through the air, and Diana stumbles. This is madness, she thinks. Finally, she drops the axe to the ground, refusing to fight blindly and possibly kill someone she shouldn't. She holds up a hand to the fiery warrior and speaks, but her words come out as gibberish to her own ears, and she can't process what she is trying to say. But she thinks her words sound slurred and garbled, but maybe her words are fine, and it's only her perception of them that has changed. She whispers the magic words into the potion. Light suddenly fills the room, and the glowing flowers around them suddenly darken. Diana's eyes roll up into the back of her head, and she tumbles to the ground, exhausted. No longer made of fire, the warrior leans down over the fallen Diana to study her. She glances up at the scientist that Diana rescued. "Can you understand me, science man?" the warrior asks. He nods in fear, but the warrior smiles. "Go with care to the opening. I'll meet you there. And throw a few painful screams up the hole if you don't mind," she asks. He looks at her in shock, but goes to the pit opening. "Ah! No! Please!" He screams up for Clea. He then walks over to the opening and turns to the warrior. "What are you going to do with us?" he gasps. She reaches down and picks up Diana softly. "What I always do," the warrior whispers. Carrying Diana, the warrior quickly leads the scientist to safety, allowing Clea above to believe that they had been murdered. Diana opens her eyes briefly as they retreat and sees something shimmering in the flower chamber. "I see you," she whispers before passing out. Long ago, on the wild Isle of Hell, Diana sits with a great wolf. Diana looks up at the goddess. "Goddess, will you always be angry with me?" Diana asks. The wolf looks at her in surprise. "Angry? Princess, you delight me, but you also confound me," the goddess whispers, explaining that her disciples seek her out. They understand each other, but she does not understand Diana, and that is good. "You are clever in a way that I am not. You are kind and compassionate in a way I do not understand. You are creative and patient. You are the best of all of us. The world is lucky for this," the goddess explains. She motions to the rock that Diana holds. "Now, take your stone and use your magic on it. Make the Hydra love the stone. Seek it out," the goddess orders. Diana whispers a spell, and the stone begins to glow. "Now, throw it into the water," the goddess tells her. Diana tosses the stone into the water and watches its light sink into the inky darkness. "Now, bring it back to me. No magic. Remember what we said about choosing the right weapons. It can be everything," the goddess orders. Diana nods her head and reaches for her axe before disappearing beneath the waves. The goddess watches as the sun rises over the horizon. Eventually, Diana reappears, her weapon gone, but the glowing stone in her hands. She places it gently before the wolf goddess. "Well done, princess," the goddess whispers. With her task complete, Diana picks up the stone and turns back to the water. walking gently into the waves. The goddess cocks her head to the side. "Where are you going?" she asks. "The Hydra and we made a bargain. I let her keep my axe until I bring the stone back to her. You said choose the right weapon. The right weapon was bargain." Diana calls before disappearing. The wolf shakes her head in wonder. "Confounding child," she whispers. Meanwhile, beneath the maze, Diana awakens to find the scientist and the warrior leaning over her. She sits up gently. "I am Diana of Themyscira, last of the Amazons," she explains as an introduction. The warrior, an Amazon, stares at her in wonder. "Diana of Themyscira? How can that be? I am Io, and you are the daughter our Queen Hippolyta dreamed of, the sister we all dreamed of. A miracle," Io says as she bows to the princess. But Diana helps her to her feet and embraces her in a hug. "The miracle is you, sister. I have dreamed of meeting a sister since I was a child," Diana whispers. Io pulls back in surprise, unsure of why Diana has never met an Amazon. "It is a long story, sister, and there is little time for that in this cursed maze. But not long after birth, I was taken from the Amazons and raised in the underworld by the sorceress Circe, with a little help from the goddesses," Diana says. "Circe? I have missed much, it seems," Io says in shock. She explains that she fell on an ancient battlefield. Instead of dying, she awoke in this maze, eventually finding her way to the lower level and tattooing the map on her skin as she went. She leads Diana through the chambers, introducing her to the crowds of people that have either found their way down here or been cast down by Clea and her army. "Have you tried to free yourselves?" Diana questions as she meets the people who are merely trying to live their lives in this place of darkness. Io nods and leads her to the tunnels, showing her the places where they've tried to find some way out of the maze, including the passageway that leads to the upper levels. Diana nods. "I have an exit, but getting all of us to the exit without Clea picking us off is going to be the tricky part," Diana tells her. Eventually, Io leads her back to the flower chamber. There, Diana explains her plan, telling Io that she will distract Clea and her forces, while also rescuing and healing Ferdinand. Diana points to a place on Io's tattoo, explaining that while Clea is distracted, Io needs to bring the survivors in her camp to this place and use the magical exit to escape the maze. She hands Io a small bauble with a potion in it, explaining that it is a key to open the door to her home in Gateway City. Finally, the two hug and Io turns away to return to her followers. "Hera love and protect you, Io. If we do not meet again, please tell Hippolyta and my sisters I love them and will never stop searching for them," Diana calls. In moments, she is alone in the chamber. The flowers shift slightly, a sickly sweet scent filling the air. "I know you are here. Reveal yourself so that together we may escape this cursed place," Diana calls. The mysterious entity appears, shimmering through the air. Its body is moving like water. "I am incomplete and cannot aid you," the creature whispers. "And if I complete you?" Diana questions. "Then we might have something, Diana of the Wild Isle. Do you know the truth of me?" the entity asks. Diana nods. "I believe I do. Pay attention. This will happen fast," Diana tells it. She suddenly leaps into the air, propelling herself out of the pit and back up into Clea's chamber. Clea and her forces are shocked. "Kill her!" Clea demands, but Diana is already moving, throwing a potion that explodes against Ferdinand, quickly healing the Minotaur and allowing him to break free of his chains. "Thank you, Diana. I feel strong," he bellows as he rushes at the fish people. Diana turns back to Clea, who has leaped forward and slashed at the Amazon with her staff. But Diana blocks the blade, noting the strange watery jewel on the tip of the staff. Clea, you are a match for many things in this maze, but I am not one of them, Diana calls. But Clea knocks her away, slamming her into a wall. She rushes forward and stabs Diana through the stomach. Where is my siren? Clea bellows in anger. Meanwhile, at the Hyron, Steve slowly lowers Petra into the quiet lake within the garden. She immediately comes to life, but the group is shocked by the change in her face, showing a more monstrous appearance. Back down in the maze, Clea steps away from Diana in triumph, but the Amazon isn't beaten yet. She reaches down and pulls the staff from her stomach and holds it aloft. Despite your behavior, I have something great to offer you, if you will only hear me out, Diana says as she staggers to the edge of the pit. But first, Clea's eyes widen in shock as Diana throws the staff over the edge. Clea rushes to the side of the pit and stares down in horror. It's okay. It's fine. It's just in the pit. I can send in some of the boys. I can get it back. I can get it back, she whispers to herself. Diana glances at her and holds out her hand. Oh, Clea, you're getting it back. Just not as you imagined, Diana tells her. Suddenly, the entity flies out of the pit and comes to her waiting hand. Diana turns to the ruler of the maze and holds her new weapon aloft. The Trident of Poseidon, made full once more. Diana whirls the Trident of Poseidon in her hand. The watery staff lashes out and knocks the fishmen away. But the weapon has a mind of its own and flows from her hand, slamming into the fishmen before returning to her in a wave. The trident is sentient, and Diana can feel it in her mind. The trident tells her that Clea is actually Atlantean, and Diana wonders if this is what drove the woman mad. She has been trapped in the maze for some time, far away from the ocean that she once called home, and in the proximity of a tool of the gods. Diana turns to find Ferdinand continuing the fight. The fishmen threaten to overwhelm him. Be many, she whispers to the trident and sends it sailing forth. The blade splits into numerous spouts and slams into the fishmen again, saving the Minotaur. Diana turns back just as Clea assaults her, punching Diana hard in the face before bringing her knee up and driving it into Diana's stomach. You took my siren! You destroyed my staff! And now you claim my trident of Poseidon? Clea snarls as Diana falls to the floor. But the Amazon shakes her head and looks up. None of those things belong to you, Clea. And that, not me, is why you could not possess them. Diana snaps at her. She reaches down and picks up a stone among the rubble. Find Io. When Io exits the maze, seal it behind her, Diana whispers to the stone before casting a spell on it. She twists away from Clea and tosses the stone into a nearby passageway. Ferdinand, follow this stone to my sister Io. She should take it with her when she exits, Diana shouts. The Minotaur hesitates for a moment, unhappy with the idea of leaving Diana to fight by herself. But Diana smiles at him. I am not alone. Look at all these menfish, she shouts as the warriors close in on her. We will meet again, she promises. Ferdinand hesitates for a moment longer before nodding and disappearing into the tunnel. The fishmen grab Diana by her arms and hold her down, but she lashes out with her legs and kicks them away. But Clea is behind her now, slamming an elbow into the back of Diana's head and knocking her to the ground. Give me control of the trident, she bellows as she tries to kick Diana in the face. But the Amazon grabs her foot, stopping the blow. That demand nicely sums up why you fail. Diana snaps as she twists and throws Clea into the air. Diana holds out her hand and the trident returns to her before bursting out into rippling waves that push all of the fishmen back. But Clea resists the attack and grabs hold of Diana. Meanwhile, Ferdinand has arrived at the portal that leads out of the maze. Io stands to greet him. The Minotaur reaches down for the glowing stone and informs her that Diana said to take this out of the maze and it will seal it behind them. But she is not coming? Io asks. The Minotaur shakes his head. She seemed to have a different plan in mind for herself, he explains. Io is unsure of this, but she finally nods and motions to Ferdinand to step through the portal. The Minotaur hesitates for a moment, unsure of what life will be like outside of the maze. But Io comforts him and he steps through. But immediately he clutches his head in pain at the sound of the siren's song, and he begins to struggle as his legs grow shaky. Petra, he whispers. He pushes through the Hyron, past all the collapsed bodies, until he arrives at the pool. The siren Petra is singing as tears fall from her eyes. Diana's friends nearby, clutching their ears to try and prevent the sound from piercing their mind. But Ferdinand pushes through the pain, stepping into the pool and swimming out to his friend. Petra! Petra, please! Petra! I'm here! It's okay. He whispers as he pulls her into a hug. The siren's monstrous form disappears, and the young girl looks up at him. It's okay. We're free now, and it's all going to be okay. Ferdinand whispers as her song stops. Back in the maze, Clea slams Diana into the ground again before wrapping her hands around the Amazon's throat. Everything was fine until you got here, Clea bellows in rage. Diana shifts and elbows her in the face, driving her away. Was it though? You're trapped in a prison, cut off from your natural habitat, your homeland, and eating your own menfish, Diana reminds her. She motions to the pit, where the seawater has already begun to fill up and spill into the upper chambers. Clea's eyes widen in shock. Water? How did you? She questions. The water begins to fill the chamber, and the fishmen cry out with joy and begin to splash around. Not just water, Clea. The Pacific Ocean, Diana tells her, explaining that she has flooded the maze. I simply made a hole. Poseidon's trident was a useful ally in this effort, Diana informs her. Clea stares at her in disbelief. There's an opening in the maze? She whispers. The fishmen continue to splash around them. All thoughts of battle have disappeared from their minds. There is. You can follow me to your freedom, Diana tells her. Clea falls to her knees. And what then? She questions. Diana looks at her thoughtfully, explaining that she can return to her home and her people. You were a monster in this maze, but are you a monster outside of it? I'm willing to take the chance and find out, Diana tells her. But you will find me less accommodating if I see you are still a monster when given your freedom, Clea. The choice is yours, she says as she leaps into the water and begins to swim down deep into the maze, aided by the glow and power of Poseidon's trident. Clea and her fishmen gather at the edge of the pool for a moment, before all leaping into the waters and following the princess. Meanwhile, Io can wait no longer. Seawater has begun to flood all the passages of the maze, and finally, she has no choice but to leave. Diana, I hope you know what you're doing. Hera protect you, Io whispers as she turns into the portal and steps through. But as she enters the Hyron, there is a bolt of lightning, and she suddenly disappears. The others stare in shock. Later, Diana rises above the waters in Gateway City Harbor. The people on the beach cheer for her, but Diana is distracted as she watches Clea and her warriors swim farther out to sea. "Be good, Clea. Hera guide you to a better path," she whispers. Shortly, she returns to the Hyron to find all of the refugees. "Where is my sister? Where's Io?" she asks her friends. Steve and Etta step forward and explain what happened. "No," Diana whispers, before falling to her knees at the smoking spot where Io once stood. "Hecate, if I have ever pleased you, even once, show me a sign that she still lives," Diana prays. Her friends gather and watch sadly, but they are shocked when a dove suddenly flies over and drops an olive branch into Diana's hands. "Well, that's quite biblical," Barbara whispers. Elsewhere, a bolt of lightning appears, and Io suddenly finds herself standing in a temple. She falls to her knees weakly, but looks up when someone calls her name. "By Hera, Io!" Queen Hippolyta gasps. Io's eyes widen, and she bows before her queen. But Hippolyta reaches down and helps her sister up. "We feared we had lost you forever, Io," Hippolyta whispers. Io shakes her head and quickly explains that she was trapped in a maze, but she was saved by the princess. "I've seen Diana. She's alive," Io whispers. Hippolyta quickly stands and rushes to the temple's balcony, shouting out to the Amazons below. "Ring the bells! She's alive! Diana lives!" she shouts. Far below, the bells of Themyscira ring, and the Amazons cheer for their lost princess. Meanwhile, in the black site at Area 41, Kale sits across from Dr. Poison, unhappy with the destruction of the maze and Poison's role in it. "The maze and the entire lower levels have been lost to us, including all assets trapped inside," Kale snaps, threatening to have Dr. Poison sucked up into the air vents. But the doctor shakes her head, reminding Kale that she needs her.
"And I want a new damn suit!"
Dr. Poison hisses. Kale leans back and stares at her for a moment, before finally standing and leaving the room. Outside, she orders the technician to finally get Dr. Poison the new suit, but get her the Gen 1 suit. "I'm moving her to Project SS1, Kale says harshly to the technician's surprise. Kale turns and strides away, heading through Project SS1 on her way out, passing all the strange creatures they have locked away there, before finally coming to a woman in restraints with her mouth sealed. "It looks like you're finally going outside, Zatanna, because I'm going to send you to kill a witch," Kale orders. Finally, Diana has a moment of peace. Safe inside the Hyron in Gateway City, she leans over a tome while sitting across from Barbara Minerva, who points to a painting of the legendary Paradise Island. "Obviously, this is a stylized interpretation of Themyscira. How do you imagine it?" Barbara asks. Diana lets her fingers glide over the image of the Amazon's home. Finally, she shrugs. "For me, it was ever-changing," she whispers. She looks up at Barbara and explains that the word Amazon was forbidden on the Wild Isle, and Cersei felt like teaching Diana anything to do with the history of Diana's people would be a trap. There were ears everywhere. When even a goddess like Hecate fears who is listening, you learn to be cautious. Cersei felt that Apollo only banning the word Amazon was a trap, so they said no words that would raise suspicion. But inside me, I had always known that I came from somewhere else, that I had lost something, she says, explaining that the idea of a home was ever shifting in her mind based on what she was studying. Barbara leans back in her chair and stares at the Amazon. "The way you think is unique and beautiful. I wonder if that's due to who you are or how you were raised," Barbara questions. Diana doesn't understand the idea,
Can such things be separated? She asks. Like I said, unique. But suddenly, their conversation is cut short as a voice begins to yell inside the Hyron. A news report echoes through the halls, warning of an attack in Reno, and Diana immediately jumps to her feet. Forgive me, Barbara. We'll have to continue this conversation later, Diana says as she runs through the Hyron at super speed. And once outside, she leaps into the night air. Barbara runs outside, finally catching up to see Diana disappear into the distance. Steve Trevor watches her go. What's happening? Barbara asks him. Steve shrugs. Diana asked me to hook the Hyron up to breaking international news reports so they would autoplay when they occur, he tells her. Barbara nods in understanding. Clever, assuming it doesn't drive her mad, she whispers. Shortly, Diana is flying over Reno, Nevada, but something is wrong. She can sense darkness as she approaches the destroyed casino. Outside, emergency services are helping survivors as television crews report the incident. Someone points up in the sky as the armored warrior flies by and lands in the destruction zone. It's Wonder Woman, they gasp. Diana lands inside the rubble, her gaze searched for what could have caused this destruction. Something catches her eye. A glint or a spark of energy. She moves forward cautiously, but something is wrong. She can feel the urge to fight coming over her. The urge to destroy. Diana stops as the strange spark of energy begins to take form, growing and casting the rubble-strewn corridor into strange shadows. The energy takes an almost human shape and lashes out at her. Diana, seemingly without thought, immediately draws her battle axe and swings at the creature. Strange. It's unlike me to reach for a weapon so quickly, Diana thinks to herself as she continues to swing at the being. Finally, she manages to calm herself and lowers the axe. Apologies. I did not mean to accelerate this situation. Can you understand me? She asks, holding up a hand in peace. The being reaches out and electricity courses through Diana's body. She cries out in pain as she struggles to remain standing, but her eyes begin to glow as she mutters the incantations of a spell, dissolving the energy within her body. The being cries out in pain or anger and lashes out again. Diana has no choice but to once more reach for her axe and toss it at her enemy. But the blade passes harmlessly through its body and falls to the floor. It screams at her. Waves of dark thoughts pulse through Diana's mind as she stumbles away. She wants nothing more than to flee or kill. But the building is unstable and collapses on her. It doesn't take long for her to pull herself from the rubble, but by the time she does, the energy has disappeared. Shortly, she returns to the Hyron to find Steve waiting for her. Quickly, she explains what she encountered. He nods, telling her that reports said that everyone at the scene suggested that a negative energy seemed to overtake them. Yes, I felt it too, Diana whispers. Steve begins to pull on his coat after their talk, explaining that he has been ordered to report back to base. Not sure what's up, but I'll check in when I can, he tells her. Diana heads deeper into the Hyron, where she finds Barbara, Etta, and Gia sitting by the fire and studying. Finally able to relax, Diana sits with a cup of tea and begins to study the Amazons with Barbara once more. Barbara shows her another book, the images depicting the Amazons battling a great sea monster. Part of the mystery is that ancient weapons and armor were found, as well as some appendages, but no complete skeletons, and not a single skull, Barbara says, explaining that some scholars believe this means either the Amazons never left their dead behind, or they couldn't be killed. The Amazons were immortal? Etta asks. Diana shrugs. Since I do not know my people or their history, I'm uncertain, Diana whispers as she continues to flip through the book. But the studying is interrupted by another blaring news report. Diana quickly pulls on her armor and leaps into the night once more.
This time, she flies to La Paloma, Uruguay, where firefighters work hard to put out a blazing lighthouse. But Diana moves quickly and utters an incantation, calling water from the sky to put out the fires. The firefighters thank her and point her to the city, where another fire blazes. Diana flies through the air, feeling the dark energy overtaking her as she gets closer. She orders herself to resist using her weapons. Landing amongst the blaze, she is quickly attacked. Energy lashes out at her and knocks her away, sending her sailing back towards the beach. By the time Diana pulls herself from the sand, the being has left again. Once more, she returns to the Hyron, but the news blares again and again. The Dominican Republic, Mexico, and Hawaii. Diana arrives at each event, only for the being to attack and leave before Diana can get a hold of the situation. It offers nothing to her, no explanation for its actions. Diana returns to the Hyron once more, plopping into a seat and groaning in frustration. She can still feel the dark energy coursing through her. "This is infuriating. It's bringing out the worst in me," she whispers. But her friends have been working. "Tell her, Etta," Barbara says. Etta walks over with some books, explaining that they have worked out that the energy being seems to be attacking previous battle sites of the Amazons. "Reno?" Diana asks. Etta nods and holds up her phone, explaining that the casino that burned down was called Paradise Island, another name for Themyscira. Diana's eyes widen in shock. "Etta, this is brilliant," Diana whispers, asking her friends if they could work out where the being would attack next. Etta claps her hands with glee and turns away. "I'm gonna make a crime board," she calls to her sister. Meanwhile, Diana heads deeper into the Hyron's gardens while her friends begin to work. She can hear them chattering while she kneels before a tree and begins to pray. The girls watch her for a moment. "What's Diana doing?" Barbara whispers. Gia puts a hand on her shoulder. "All magic has a price, Barbara, and the kind of magic Diana does, I suspect the price is quite heavy. It can be all kinds of things," she explains. Later, her friends call out to her. Diana steps into the main chamber to find a massive map on the floor with several locations pinned. "Oh my, you have been busy," Diana notes as she stares at the map. Etta nods in triumph. "So many battles, Diana," she says. Barbara clasps her hands. "I'm gonna win a Pulitzer," she whispers. The three explain that it seems the being was originally attacking more remote sites, so no one was reporting it. Now it's attacking the populated areas. But the conversation is once more interrupted by the blare of the news, reporting that there is an attack on the historic site in Delphi, Greece. Diana rushes out and flies off once more, finally arriving in Delphi to find the being waiting for her in the amphitheater. She can feel the dark energy beginning to overtake her and glares at the monster. Energy lashes out at her. "Let's end this quickly, shall we?" she snaps as she grabs hold of the lightning. But the energy whips around, tossing her away, slamming her through several trees and into the side of a nearby mountain. She struggles to her feet, but something tells her that she can't do it, that she should just give up. "Fool! It is the darkness that whispers in your ear," Diana hisses to herself. Suddenly, her eyes snap open as she remembers what Gia told Barbara back at the Hyron, that all magic has a price. Diana stands and draws her greatsword, her eyes hardened. She realizes that she is the cause, that this destructive creature is the price that the world is paying for her. The being stands before her, and its form begins to solidify, taking shape, and it becomes a dark mirror of Wonder Woman. Delphi, Greece. Wonder Woman stands atop the hill, facing the negative energy being who has taken her form, a negative mirror of of the Amazonian warrior. The creature lashes out, but Diana picks up her greatsword and blocks the attack. Diana grimaces as the negative energy washes over her. If she is right, and this strange being exists to balance out the good that Diana has done in the world, then the only way to truly defeat it is for her to die as well. But she shakes her head. That cannot be the answer. She twists and cuts through the negative being, but the mirror Diana shrugs it off and hits Wonder Woman hard, knocking her across the hilltop. Diana recovers and pulls a small orb from her pouch. She whispers an incantation to the orb, and it begins to glow with magical energy. The negative Diana leaps at her again, but Wonder Woman tosses the orb and it shatters. The magic rips through the being, and with a shriek of pain, it flies off into the night. Diana watches it leave before collapsing on the hill. She lays there for some time, catching her breath, but suddenly, Diana is not alone. She opens her eyes to see a glowing woman floating above her. "Wow, those eyes hit like a Mack truck, huh?" the woman whispers, her words coming out backwards. "Hello? Who are you? What are you?" Diana whispers. She reaches out a hand, but the glowing woman floats backwards and out of reach. "With my apologies, princess," the woman says as she begins to weave the threads of a spell through the air. Diana stands as the witch begins to cast her spell, the lines of magical energy wrapping around her. "Diana of the Wild Isle, princess of Hell, daughter of Circe, last of the Amazons, I bind you to me while in my presence. Your voice is mine alone," the witch whispers, repeating the words over and over again. Diana realizes what is going on and tries to break the spell, but there is suddenly a pop and a bright flash of light. When Diana opens her eyes, she finds the witch has disappeared and the magic has ended. "Well, that's not good," Diana whispers. Later, she returns to the Hyron, stripping off her armor and collapsing into a chair before the fire. Etta and Gia join her, questioning whether Diana was able to figure out how to stop the energy being. "Indeed, I have solved the puzzle," Diana says softly. "Great," Etta says with a smile, but Diana leans forward. "The answer is my death," she says simply. The two sisters are shocked. "Less great," Etta notes. Diana nods, explaining the magic always comes with a price. "If you think of me as a gift to the forces of good in this world, then in magic, that demands a counter. And this creature is a gift given to the forces of evil of this world. I think it cannot be defeated so long as I exist. If I exist, it exists," Diana tells them. The two sisters stare into the fire before Gia finally shakes her head. "I'm sorry, but that's insane and wrong," she says, glaring at Diana. "I mean, you may be right about the world of magic trying to balance itself because of you, but the world is messed up. Bad people are, for the most part, in charge of the world, and things get worse every day. How on earth is any of that balanced?" Gia tells her. "If anything, you are long overdue as the balance the world is crying out for," both sisters agree. Diana ponders this for a moment before nodding her head. "You are right. Hecate and all the goddesses, they nearly always note that the world is out of sync, darker than it is supposed to be, more hopeless. Justice is too rare, too fleeting," Diana says as she stands. Barbara comes walking into the room with a pile of books and scrolls. "This is everything I could find," she shouts with joy. But Diana is busy and discovers where the sisters believe the creature will strike next and flies swiftly from the room, the gust of wind knocking the piles of books and scrolls to the ground. "Ah! I just got those in order! Barbara yells in exasperation. Later, Diana arrives at Samothrace, Greece. There, she waits in the dark, but she doesn't have to wait long before the creature arrives. The negative energy wraps around her, and Diana wants nothing more than to lash out at the monster. But she holds, fighting against her instincts, allowing the creature to attack her, to draw blood. Energy lashes against her, cutting her on her arms and face. Diana lets out a cry of pain and falls to the floor, her blood leaking into the earth. There, she begins to whisper a prayer. Demeter, circle of life, and mother of us all, please accept this offering of blood and pain from your devoted Diana. Use your great wisdom and power to grant me an audience with Gaia. On behalf of lost daughters everywhere, accept my offering and grant me passage, Diana whispers. There is a brief moment when the earth seems to hold its breath, but suddenly, lightning leaps from the sky, striking the earth with a shattering boom and splitting the ground beneath Diana. She tumbles into the darkness below and disappears. Diana continues to fall through the darkness, but casts another spell to create a ball of light. But the light does little in this expansive darkness. Suddenly, Diana comes to a stop, her body catching on hanging vines. She sways for a moment before the vines begin to move, coming alive and wrapping around her body, thorns slashing against her. But Diana did not come all this way simply to be swallowed whole. She draws her battle axe and begins to attack, slashing at the vines. But they continue to attack her, threatening to overwhelm her. And suddenly, Diana realizes her folly, fighting against the very being she wishes to speak with. Finally, Diana stops attacking, kneeling as the vines begin to crawl towards her. Forgive my behavior, goddess. It is rare to be in a presence as powerful as yours. I lost my sense. I offer my deepest apologies for causing strife in your sanctum, Diana prays. The vines continue to move, preparing to cover her whole body. But finally, Diana's words are accepted, and the vines begin to shift away. Thank you, goddess, Diana whispers. She looks up and sees a massive being before her, created from roots, earth, and vines, the physical manifestation of Gaia.
You do not belong here, Diana of Themyscira. I know your request, but I cannot help you. The world has sought to correct the imbalance that you bring, and I cannot object to that.
Gaia rumbles. Diana bows before her. With respect, goddess, I feel the world has been tricked, Diana says, explaining that the world was already imbalanced before she arrived. But I don't believe I am an aberration. If you take a closer look for yourself, I think you will see, Diana says. Gaia glares at her.
Tricked? It is bold to suggest you know the world better than I, as I am the world.
Gaia rumbles at her, but Gaia does as the warrior asks. Searching the world, her eyes widen in horror as she sees the pain and strife, the horrors that exist. Finally, Gaia's eyes soften.
You are right, Diana of Themyscira. Something is wrong with the world, and has been for a very long time. There's a darkness I do not quite understand. Raise your eyes to me, Princess of Hell. Stand. You will fight this darkness,
Gaia orders. Diana stands and turns her gaze upon the goddess of Earth.
You will give your life in my name,
Gaia orders. Diana nods. Yes, goddess, with pleasure, she vows. And so, Diana is returned to the surface of the earth, where she finds the negative creature waiting for her. The creature prepares to continue the fight, but the earth suddenly opens once again and swallows it whole, and the being disappears with a shrieking wail. Diana falls to her knees and lets out a sigh of relief. Later, she returns to the Hyron to find her friends asleep in the study. My tiny Amazons, thank you for your service. Sleep well, she says softly as she allows them to rest. She walks into another chamber to find Steve standing in a room that allows them to receive information from around the world. He watches several broadcasts, frowning at the horrible news from around the world. Diana, you're back. You all right? Steve asks as Diana joins him. She nods. All right, we'll need to do heavy lifting, but yes, she tells him, informing him of everything that happened. Also, I may have been cursed by a beautiful witch, Diana admits. But Diana's eyes widen as she sees a news report out of Gotham City. The images show strange symbols on the wall near a murder victim. Is that? Steve asks as he recognizes it too. Diana nods. Yes, it's the mark of Hecate, she whispers before turning away. It is time for Diana to go to Gotham. Inside the home of Veronica Cale, overlooking Gateway City, Cale sighs and stands up from her desk. Did you know someone's made some kind of ridiculous chess set with them? I'm looking right at it, she says to the person on the other end of the phone. There's no accounting for taste, I suppose. Jack Grimm answers. Cale nods as she glances at the trash can full of Wonder Woman merchandise. I said they would inspire, didn't I? She tells him. You're right that they're big symbols, but big symbols are big targets. Did she take the bait? Grimm asks. Cale smiles as she reaches for her drink. She ponders for a moment before shifting one of the pawns on the chessboard. She did indeed, she says softly. Gotham City. Batman grabs hold of a thug in an alley and slams him into the ground hard enough to crack bone. Batman turns to the rest of the crew, but they are looking behind him in fear. What the hell is that? One of them hisses before they both turn and run. Batman can't help himself and turns around to see a giant glowing green bat rising into the night sky. What the hell is that? He growls. Shortly, Batman hangs upside down from a nearby construction site overlooking the source of the signal. He stares at the building, watching it for a moment. Suddenly, Diana appears next to him, floating in the night air. I'd heard you were quiet, but they may need to invent a new word for what you are. It's especially impressive considering your size, she notes. Batman doesn't respond. He unhooks the talons of his cape and descends on the building, landing next to its origin point. This bat symbol is made of magic? He questions. She gently lands next to him and nods. Yes, I didn't want to traipse around your city uninvited, but you are hard to find, she tells him. I'm Diana, she says with a smile. Batman stares at her. Batman, he grunts before turning back to the strange green fire. Define magic, he asks. Diana waves a hand through the green flame symbol, dispersing it into the night air as she takes a seat on the building's edge. Advanced chemistry with unconventional intentions and unusual resources, she tells him. Batman ponders this for a moment before taking a seat next to her. You hurl yourself from these skyscrapers with no fear, but you cannot fly. How did you learn to do that? Diana asks. Batman offers her the barest hint of a shrug. Necessity, he says softly. The two sit in silence for a moment, staring out into the lights of the city. I'm not here by accident. I find I need your aid, she tells him. explaining that she has become aware of 4 murders that were connected by strange symbols on the victims' arms. She motions to the mark of Hecate that marks her own magic arm. A blood version appeared at those crime scenes. Obviously, this is not my city, nor is detective work my strength. Though I have a friend that helps with that kind of thing, she admits. Batman nods as he stands. I saw her with you on the news. Everyone did. You should be more careful with your exposure. You may be a god, but the people around you aren't, he reminds her. Diana shrugs. I'm afraid that bell is rung for me. I cannot now go back into the shadows, she says. Batman stares out at his city. Would you, if you could? He asks softly. Diana thinks on this for a moment. No, I think not. Love is transformative, and I don't know how to show that to people without living it, she says. Batman nods. I think my father would have liked your path, he says softly. But you should know I am no god. Are you? Diana asks. A god? Of course not, Batman says in surprise. Excellent. My mother was sure you were a bat god when we saw you in her scrying pool. We made a bet about it. Diana reaches into her pouch and pulls out a small disc. Oh, I almost forgot. Forgive my manners. I was raised in hell, though that is no excuse, she says as she offers it to him, explaining that it is an enchanted talisman of Hecate. It is a gift. Hospitality is a great deal in Greek culture, she says, explaining that if he touches the disc with his bare hands and demands an audience with Diana of the Wild Isle, she will come to his aid. It's powerful magic. Mine, my mother's, and that of Hecate herself, she tells him. Batman stares at it for a moment before slipping it into his belt. Thank you, he whispers. Finally, the two are ready. Would you mind escorting me to the most recent crime scene so I may examine it? She asks. Shortly, the two are moving through the city. Batman on his motorcycle, while Diana flies a few feet from the ground. It doesn't take them long to move several miles outside of Gotham City, to a place known as Slaughter Swamp. Finally, they make their way through the forest on foot. This place teems with power. What is its name? Diana questions. Slaughter Swamp. We're not known for subtlety in Gotham, Batman tells her with the barest hint of a smile. Finally, they arrive at the old cabin where the murder took place. They step inside to find the remains of the grisly scene. The walls are covered in blood. Your goddess Hecate likes blood, Batman notes. Diana nods as she moves about the magical symbol and discarded candles. All gods do, as does magic. It's fundamental, though I mostly use my own blood for my magic. It's freely available and powerful, Diana explains as she stoops, her fingers tracing over the dried blood that remains on the floor. Magic was done here, but I don't think it was in honor of Hecate, she says, explaining that the magic was messy, that true disciples of Hecate would have used multiples of 3s with the candles and symbols, that this was staged to look like someone was calling on Hecate. The moon itself was also in the wrong place for this type of spell. Batman continues to survey the scene. I don't know about magic, but this does look staged to me, he agrees. Were there any organs missing from the body they found? Diana asks. Batman explains that the liver, lungs, heart, and stomach were missing from the various victims. Does that mean something? He questions. The two of them step out into the chilly night. I think someone's trying to build an anthroparian, a magical constructed form, like a homunculus or a golem, a powerful figure that could be remotely controlled. But why the ruse? Why pretend it's Hecate? She ponders. Batman already knows the answer. To draw you in, a trap for you, or maybe me, he growls. Let's get proactive. I found something in the case files that point to an abandoned church with a strange clock tower across the swamp. Let's start there, he tells her. Shortly, they move through the swamp and find their way to the church. Strange lights can be seen through the window, and Batman doesn't hesitate. Smashing through the ceiling with Diana's aid, he slams into the floorboards hard enough to crack them. But the cultists don't look up. They kneel inside a magical circle, murmuring over the lifeless form of a golem. Diana lands softly next to Batman. They're in some kind of altered state. Didn't even blink, Batman tells her. He takes a step forward and crosses the line of magic before Diana can shout a warning, and the heroes are slammed into the ground by the magical energy. Quickly, they struggle to their feet. Diana stares at the golem, but something is wrong. The construct looks unfinished, she murmurs. Isn't that good news? Batman asks, but Diana shakes her head. Unless they're not trying to build a construct, she says, as her eyes widen in shock as she realizes what's going on. Meanwhile, back at Veronica Cale's house, she smiles and looks out the window. You're the one who gave me the idea, you know, she says to Grimm. There is a pause on the other end of the line. Oh, the thing about the Amazons. The story of their great and miraculous child, the last Amazon. The one some myths claim is made of clay, he asks. Yes, that one. And if she's made of clay, she's nothing more than a fancy golem, Cale notes. Back at the church, the magic begins to work, reaching up and curling around Diana, turning her eyes black. She turns on the Dark Knight. Batman, run! Diana growls as her body becomes not her own. Batman doesn't hesitate. He turns and rushes away. Diana struggles against the magical control, but she knows she will lose. Quickly, she tries to give Batman a fighting chance by deleting her magical arm. Hoping this will aid him, Batman reaches the edge of the room and leaps down from the clock tower, his cape unfurling to slow his descent. But he is too slow, and Diana slams into the ground next to him. Diana, can you hear me? This isn't you! Batman shouts. But Diana reaches out and grabs him by the neck, lifting them both back up into the clock tower and throwing him to the floor. Batman whirls, reaching out with his cape talons and pulling himself to safety. Diana turns her blackened eyes upon him. Diana, I know you're in there. Hear me! Batman hisses at her as he draws his battle axe. He leaps down and swings, the axe biting into Diana's leg. But she makes no sign of pain and punches him in the jaw before grabbing the axe and kicking him away. Batman slams into a beam, and his body crumples to the floor, his vision going blurry, but he pushes through the pain. Diana, wake up! He shouts as she stalks towards him, the battle axe in hand. Maybe one chance, Batman gasps as he reaches into his belt and pulls out Diana's gift. Diana steps down on his chest and raises the battle axe overhead. Quickly, Batman pulls off his glove and grabs the medallion. I demand an audience with Diana of the Wild Isle! He shouts as she swings the axe downward through the air, but it stops inches from his face. Batman glances around the blade and sees that Diana's eyes have returned to normal. Thank Hecate, she whispers. Batman nods. I'll second that, he whispers as she pulls him to his feet. The two quickly return to the scene of magic. This spell would not have worked without my own hair and blood. I think you'd have to be quite connected to get both those things from me. That and the witch's trance continues to suggest a hidden enemy pulling the strings. Diana ponders. Batman's eyes widen and he grabs hold of her as something clicks amongst the candles. He pulls her away and they leap out the clock tower as bombs detonate behind them. They both slam into the ground as the church smokes behind them. Seems Like it was a trap for us both, Batman gasps. Diana nods as she pulls herself up. They wanted me to kill you, but who are they? She wonders. I have a list somewhere in my other pants, Batman grunts at her. So wait, are you a golem? Batman asks. No, but the magical and unconventional nature of my birth have left me open to some attacks I hadn't considered, Diana replies. The two sit up, and Diana offers Batman a jump drive, explaining that she rescued a scientist from a government prison maze, and in return, he gave her information. It has quite a bit of information about you, about all of us, she says. Batman takes it. All of us? You mean the Superman? He asks. She nods. I do. And a few more, she says. Suddenly, the sky opens up and snow begins to drift downward. Diana looks up in wonder. By Hecate, she whispers. Have you never seen snow? Batman asks. Diana shakes her head, catching the snow in her hand. I have seen it in books, and once at a great distance on a mountain, but I have never felt it on my face. What perfect magic it is, she whispers. She looks back to Batman. I think we're going to be great friends, Batman. I think one day you will even tell me your name, she tells him. Batman looks at her for a moment. I suspect you already know it, he whispers. I do, but it's not mine to take. It's yours to give, she tells him. Say it, Batman tells her. She nods and begins to float up into the air. Diana smiles down at him. Bruce, don't you think we should make friends with the Superman too? I think we're going to need lots of friends if we're going to save the world. May Hecate bless and protect you, Bruce, and those you love, she calls as she flies off into the night. Bruce smiles up at her. Happy holidays, Diana, he whispers. Gateway City. The building burns around them as two children cower in fear. But a great warrior steps through the door and looks down at them. The two children hold each other, tears in their eyes. Hello, I'm Diana, the warrior says as she removes her scary helmet and smiles. Which one of you would like to wear my helmet? She asks. The children cheer as Diana flies them to safety. In San Diego, she protects an EMT from a crumbling building while he tries to save a child. In Bangladesh, she helps save people from rapid flooding. Time passes. She fights against psychos and supervillains, protect people from natural disasters, fights against great beasts of legends. But every day, she prays, asking to speak with Athena about a matter most grave. For the plight of Medusa weighs heavily on Diana's shoulders. Diana knows the legends of man say that Medusa was cursed by Athena. But when Diana took Medusa's form during the battle with the Tetracide, she felt how awful it was to be trapped in Medusa's body. If it really was Athena that cursed Medusa, Diana wished for a way to free her from the prison of her body. Finally, one night, Diana bows in a deep forest, whispering as she pleads once more for an audience with the goddess of wisdom. Suddenly, light crashes from above and slams into the ground. Enough! The mighty goddess bellows, her words echoing across the sky. The energy slams into Diana and brings her to the ground. But moments pass and nothing else happens. Diana opens her eyes and looks up. Well, she heard me, and I'm still alive, for now, Diana thinks to herself. She looks up to find an owl staring at her from a nearby tree. Hello, friend, Diana whispers. The owl lets out a screech and leaps into the air, flapping away into the forest. Diana quickly follows. The forest transforms with each step, and Diana finds herself in a strange, dark, and rocky landscape. She continues onward, pressing forward as red mists begin to rise up around her.
But suddenly, she steps through the mist and finds herself in a glade, floating above the clouds. By Hecate, I didn't even know I was going up, Diana whispers as she looks at the clouds and blue sky around her. A great tree stands in the middle of the glade, its roots reaching out and disappearing into the clouds. Diana bows as Athena steps down from the branches of the tree, the sunlight gleaming off her golden armor. You force your way to my doorstep after eagerly swallowing the lies of men, princess. I hope, for your sake, that you can explain yourself, Athena says to her. Long ago, on the Wild Isle, young Diana looks down at the chessboard before her, pondering her next move. Why do you like chess, goddess? Diana asks suddenly. She looks up at Athena's glowing helmet, her avatar in this world. Though there are no pupils, she can feel the eyes of the goddess watching her. It is an ancient game of skill. It rewards creativity as much as knowledge. It encourages players to see the entire board, to think in dimensions, Athena explains. And you, princess? Diana nods thoughtfully and turns her attention back to the board. Slowly, she reaches out and moves one of her pieces. I like chess because nobody has to win. You can force your opponent to yield instead, Diana finally says. You prefer a yield to a win? Athena asks. I get the same result, but the feelings are less angry, Diana explains to her. Athena sighs at this statement, reminding Diana that feelings make one vulnerable. Athena's piece moves on its own. Diana continues to study the board. You always tell me to look at the whole board, to see not just the moves we make now, but the ones that are coming. That's why it matters how I win. I don't just have to beat everyone. I also have to show them a better way, Diana explains as she moves another piece. She feels the helmet staring at her as Athena ponders these words. Her piece slides along the board. That only matters if first you can win. Checkmate, princess. Now, Athena stares down at the princess, the talons of her golden armor gripping the roots of the tree hard enough to crack the wood. You don't have enough from me already, princess? You demand still more? Athena asks. Diana does not look up, her face touching the earth. With respect, goddess, if I could be bought with gifts, even a gift from you, I would not be worthy of you, Diana says to the ground. Athena sighs and orders Diana to rise. The Amazon lifts her head from the ground and looks to her goddess. Forgive me, goddess. I come seeking justice for Medusa. A justice only you can deliver, Diana tells her. Athena cocks her head to the side and peers at the princess she helped raise. You have listened to the stories of men and believe I cursed her? You presume the worst of me, princess, and it wounds me, Athena tells her. But Diana shakes her head. With apologies, goddess, but it's the world that believes it. Those that know myths, most accept your punishment of Medusa as fact. Regardless of what people believe, it is in your power to correct this injustice. Athena thinks on this for a moment before shaking her head. If I do so, it will only reinforce the narrative that I was the cause, she explains. But Diana suggests that she free Medusa alone. None have to know that you gave me permission. Athena finally accepts this idea, though warns that she will not aid Diana if things go poorly. Diana bows once more before her. Thank you, goddess, she whispers. Yet, she does not move. I can hear you are not done. Say what you intend, princess, Athena says gently. Diana looks up once more and asks for one more thing before she leaves. Something to help her in her quest. No more gifts, Athena tells her. But Diana shakes her head and offers a trade instead. All of her powers for the one thing she needs to succeed.
And what gift would you expect in return for such an offer?
Athena questions. Later, Diana grits her teeth as she continues up the mountain, lightning flashing all around her. I should have kept the power of flight. Rookie mistake, she groans, cursing that all myths take place at the top of dark mountains. But finally, she reaches the plateau and walks into the dark cave that houses Medusa and her sisters. She pulls out her helm and places it atop her head as she moves deeper inside. A soft whisper causes shields to lower over her eyes. She knows that navigating the caves without eyesight will be difficult, but to look upon Medusa is deadly. Diana finally stops at the center of the cave. Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale, I come to offer you a great gift, Diana calls out. Something leaps from the darkness and slams into Diana, launching her into a nearby stalagmite. Diana struggles to her feet and reaches for her lasso, the one known as Sacrifice. I am Diana of the Wild Isle, and I will not fight you. I swear on Sacrifice that I mean you no harm, Diana gasps. The monster flashes from the shadows, slashing Diana across the stomach. She gasps in pain and falls to her knees. The monsters attack again, their claws slashing her, nicking her throat, and causing her to stumble away. She knows they are not trying to kill her, merely soften her up for their sister. Another blow comes, this one knocking the helmet away. But Diana shuts her eyes tight, refusing to open them. Finally, the attacks stop, but Diana is not alone. Something slithers from the dark, and Diana knows it's her. It's the end for you, foolish princess. Embrace your fate, Medusa hisses as her serpentine body wraps around Diana and begins to tighten. Medusa leans in close, and Diana can feel her breath on her face. Finally, she opens her eyes. Nothing happens. Medusa rears back in shock. It has been centuries since she's looked someone in the eyes, since someone has looked into hers. Tears begin to well and fall. Slowly, Diana reaches out for the woman and caresses her cheek. Sister, your punishment is so cruel you have forgotten what kindness is. But I see you, Diana whispers. Medusa releases her, allowing the Amazon to fall to the floor. Diana struggles to her feet and looks up at the great snake woman. I am Diana of the Wild Isle, daughter of Circe. I have traded all my power for the ability to withstand your gaze. I come to you in friendship, with an offer to free you from your curse, Diana tells her, holding out the lasso Sacrifice, which can control transfiguration. Whatever holds it may choose its shape, but your heart and mind must be clear and focused. If you are afraid, if you panic, it can go wrong. I have seen it, Diana tells her. Medusa raises an eyebrow at the idea and questions why Diana would help her. With this lasso, I borrowed your shape to defeat a tetracide. I found the form an unfathomable prison. When I freed myself, I could only think of freeing you as well. I believe Sacrifice can do that, if we are careful, Diana explains. Medusa slowly reaches out for the lasso, but pauses. I am very angry, and I have been for a long time. What if I use this to become an even more powerful monster than I am now? She questions. At least you will have chosen it yourself, Diana whispers. Finally, Medusa nods and takes hold of the lasso. I will take your bargain, princess. Show me what I must do, she says. Diana wraps the lasso around Medusa's arm and holds tight to the other end. Green light begins to glow in the cave, and Diana is forced to avert her eyes. When the light fades, Diana looks up to see Medusa standing before her, return to her true form, that of a giant with wings. You return to your original form? Diana asks. Medusa smiles and nods as her sisters stare from the shadows in surprise. Yes, I didn't know that I was in love with it before, but I missed it greatly once lost, Medusa tells her. Stheno and Euryale step from the shadows and embrace their long-lost sister, tears in their eyes. Diana slowly steps away, leaving the family alone. I cannot believe that a dumb human has fixed you. What did she call herself? Was it Dinah? One of them says. Diana hears this and smiles, thinking of how the truths of myths can be morphed over time. Diana leaves the caves and finds that her powers have returned. She flies towards the beach below and finds the golden Athena waiting for her. Well done, princess. I have always admired your game. Creative solutions were ever your style. It suited you well then, and it still does now, Athena tells her. I appreciate that, goddess, but I never beat you, Diana reminds her. Slowly, Athena floats back up into the sky. I think if we played today, you would win, Athena calls to her. Diana smiles at these words. They are the nicest thing the goddess has ever said to her. In the beginning, there was love. Circe sits on the beach of the Wild Isle with baby Diana. Suddenly, a beautiful woman steps from the waters of hell. The woman motions for Circe to say nothing as she reaches for Diana. Hello, my little gumdrop, Aphrodite says with a smile as she lifts the baby into the air. Baby Diana looks into the beautiful woman's face. But suddenly, Diana is awakening in the Hieron. She looks around the forest and Pegasus snorts at her. Aphrodite? Something is coming, Diana whispers. Quickly, she stands and heads back out into the Hieron proper, where she finds Ferdinand and Petra waiting for her. They are all that remains of the maze's refugees. It's quiet now, with the last of our maze refugees settled, Diana notes to her friends. But the great Minotaur shakes his head. Well, not the last. There's still us, he rumbles softly. But Diana smiles at them both. Ferdinand, I have told you and Petra time and again, this is your home for as long as you want it to be, she says before turning away. Will you be watching the Senate hearing? Ferdinand asks. No need, Diana calls over her shoulder. Ferdinand and Petra look at each other before heading for the kitchen. Maybe we should make Steve something to eat, Ferdinand asks Petra. What would one want to eat if they had to go to a terrible Senate hearing before lunch? He ponders. In Washington, D.C., Steve Trevor sits before a Senate hearing meeting, answering questions on his actions during the Gateway City incident. The senator in charge points out that one cannot serve two masters, and it seems that Colonel Trevor had a conflict of interest that day, as he, being an officer of the U.S. military, began to take commands from a foreign immigrant on the field of battle. I did what I always try to do, sir. Serve and protect the American people. There was only one person on the beach who understood what was going on, and I did my best to help her solve the problem, Steve tells them. He leans in closer to the mic to make sure everyone hears him. Despite the insanity of that day, we didn't lose a single civilian or soldier. Without Wonder Woman, I think it's a very different story, he continues. The senator leans back in his chair and stares hard at the colonel. Let's go back to that day in question, shall we? You disobeyed direct orders from your superior officer, the senator starts to say.
But Steve leans in once more. No, sir. I might have, had he given me any. But he did not. In his wisdom, I believe he determined that Diana had a better handle on things than we did. I'll remind you that she had just defeated a building-sized monster and all its minions. There was excellent evidence that she was exactly the solution we were desperate for, Steve explains. Following the Gateway City event, I proposed myself as a liaison between Diana and the US military, Steve starts to say, but explains that the government wanted to use Diana as a weapon. So, Steve recused himself from the position and resigned his commission. Finally, Steve stands at his desk and glares at the members of the Senate who sit before him. Lights flash behind him as reporters take pictures. No man can truthfully serve two masters, and if the US government wishes to oppose Wonder Woman, then they are on the wrong side of history. And I'll be on the correct side of it, where Diana will also always be, Steve says, explaining that he has always tried to ally himself with justice, which is what he is doing now. Finally, he turns and walks out of the room, bringing gasps of shock from all those gathered. If you want to speak to me again, Senator, you'll need a subpoena, Steve calls over his shoulder. Meanwhile, in Area 41, the scientists have finally finished their work. The parasite? Kale asks as she stares down at the fishwoman on the table. Functioning normally. She'll be ready, Dr. Alberts tells her. He glances up at the director. You understand you won't have control of them, right? I only ask because if you're deploying them in areas with civilians, without control, he starts to point out. But Kale cuts him off. I'm well aware of the risks, Alberts. The parasite is not about mind control. It's a cudgel to beat them to death if they deviate too far from our goal. The parasite will degrade quickly if they don't return. A death sentence. Fear is the control, she explains. Director Kale turns and stalks from the room. Make sure they're all ready to go by ribbon cutting time, she orders. Later that night, crowds gather outside Gateway City Natural History Museum. They marvel as Diana swoops down astride Pegasus and lands on the red carpet. Cameras flash as the Amazon dismounts, and everyone admires her black dress. Someone rushes from the crowd, and Diana smiles as Barbara reaches for her hand. Barbara, you look divine, Diana says. Barbara begins to pull her aside. Thank you, Diana. There are so many people dying to meet you. Come with me, Barbara says. They head up the stairs for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, opening the new mythology wing of the museum. The crowds head inside, and Diana marvels at the antiquities that Barbara has gathered. This is very impressive, she muses. Barbara nods, explaining that she's been gathering it for years, but she could never convince the museum board that anyone would be interested in it. Until now. And boy, has that perspective changed since you arrived, Barbara tells her. Diana stops and looks up at a great statue of an Amazon warrior. Thank you for this, Barbara, she whispers. The two continue to move around the exhibits, but suddenly, Diana becomes dizzy. She stumbles and her glass of champagne tumbles from her hand. Diana! Barbara shouts as she rushes to her friend's side. Memories flash before Diana's eyes. She is a young adult, standing on the shores of the Wild Isle and facing Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. Both raise their magical staff, preparing for a fight. The goddess rushes forward and attacks, but Diana backflips away from the blow and smiles. Fast enough for you that time? She asks. The two rush at each other and their stabs clash. Why does she never come to see me anymore? Diana questions as they back away from each other. The two rush and strike blows once more. You think I know why she does what she does? Artemis asks. Diana twists away, pointing out that the goddess is avoiding the question. Will you answer my question if I beat you? She asks. Artemis smiles and agrees to the terms, but she drops her weapon. Diana stares in shock as the goddess begins to transform, and suddenly a chimera stands before her. "Shit," Diana whispers. "Language, princess!" Artemis hisses through her feline mouth. She rushes at the Amazon and knocks her aside with one blow. The goddess presses her attack, using her snakehead tail to bite into Diana's shoulder. But Diana does not struggle. Instead, she grabs hold of the snake and pulls the goddess in close. Artemis is unable to flee as Diana begins to hammer her with blows, hitting her again and again until the goddess falls to the ground, bloodied and defeated. Finally, Diana stops her assault and stands over Artemis, breathing heavily. "The day is mine. I want my answer," Diana insists. Artemis shifts back to her regular form in moments and sits up. "Why doesn't she come to me?" Diana asks. The two lay on the beach and tend to their wounds. "Perhaps she does not come because you have nothing more to learn from her." "Why does this bother you?" Artemis asks. Diana shrugs and falls on her back, staring up at the strange sky of hell. "I feel unprepared, and I just miss her." "None of you ever tell me anything real," Diana says softly. But Artemis merely shakes her head. "That's not true. Well, it's not entirely true," she whispers. Diana opens her eyes to find Barbara kneeling over her. Quickly, the Amazon sits up. "How long was I out?" Diana questions. "You barely hit the floor. You just sort of crumpled. Are you all right?" Barbara asks as Diana stands. She looks around the room at the crowd that has gathered, concern on their faces for their hero. But something is wrong. Diana can feel it. She can't access her magic. Steve walks over, asking if she wants water or to get some air. But Diana's eyes have turned to steel. She can sense something coming. "Steve, get Barbara out of here. Etta and Gia too, if you can find them," Diana whispers. There's an explosion nearby, and magical energy rips apart one of the displays. The crowd screams in fear and surges towards the exit, but Diana stalks forward. The smoke clears, and Diana sees her opponents. "Hey, cutie, good to see you on this plane of existence," the witch tells her. She motions to the others that have gathered at her back. "I'm Zatanna, and this is the Suicide Squad. You ready to do this?" Zatanna asks. Diana's eyes widen in shock. She remembers the spell the witch cast that night that bound Diana's magic to her, allowing her to control it. Zatanna smiles as she and the squad move forward. "I think you figured it out, didn't you, cutie? She's underestimated you, but I haven't. I wonder, what should we do with your magic first?" Magic shifts around the room as Zatanna circles the immobile Wonder Woman. The witch smiles at her captive audience. "Check the perimeter, Giganta," Zatanna orders. The hulking woman makes a face. "Did I miss a memo? You're not the boss of me," Giganta reminds her. Zatanna shakes her head and sighs. "Catch et retemerep," she orders, speaking the words backwards in her magical spell. Diana struggles against the spell, but repeats the magical words that Zatanna is casting. Their magic is connected, but she can still punch, and she raises her arm to strike. But Zatanna shakes her head and orders her to stop. She leans in close. "Try not to worry, princess. This will be quick, I promise," she whispers. Suddenly, Zatanna turns away and begins to speak her spell, with Diana repeating the incantation. Her backwards words forming the magical power of Zatanna's spell, using Diana's own magic to free herself from the parasite. Suddenly, Her words catch in her throat and she begins to cough. Diana watches as Zatanna leans forward and coughs up a strange, starfish-like creature into the palm of her hand. It worked. It worked! Zatanna whispers as she squashes the parasitic monster. I'm free, thank you, Zatanna says with a smile as she turns back to Diana. But Diana knows her name now. You've given me your name now, Zatanna. That was a mistake, Diana growls. Zatanna shrugs as magic gathers around her. No other choice. To get away from Kale, that is a time for final moves and last gasps, she explains before disappearing, teleporting away to safety. Meanwhile, in the command room of Area 41, Kale glares at the screen as she watches Zatanna disappear. She just said your name, ma'am, one of the technicians points out. Kale turns angrily away from the screen. I heard it, she snaps. She turns back to the team and orders them to get another witch on the scene. It will have to be him, she tells them. Ma'am, our assessment is that he is more powerful, and we can't use the parasite on him at all, Alberts informs her. She nods. The parasite was never a lever we could use on him, and he doesn't know the other lever is broken. So, we'll just have to keep it that way. Prep him for immediate insertion at the museum, she orders. Meanwhile, Diana watches as Zatanna disappears in a burst of light. Once the witch is gone, Diana finds that she can move again and once again has control over her own magic. She turns to the other criminals and weaves a spell. Green flames burn around her, shifting her evening dress into battle armor. Diana glares at the rest of the Suicide Squad. Dr. Poison, I believe I told you to be good, Diana growls. Poison puts up her hands.
Trust me when I say, this was not my idea,
she says. Diana stares at her for a moment before reaching into her pouch and pulling out a pink orb. In that case, let's remove you from this idea, Diana says as she holds up the orb. No harm comes to her. She does no harm, Diana whispers as she activates a powerful spell. The orb disappears, and Poison is suddenly engulfed in a large pink bubble.
Hey, what the hell?
She shouts as Diana picks up the bubble and tosses it out of the skylight far above them.
Hey!
Poison yells as she is thrown far away. Diana nods in satisfaction at her work, before turning back to the remaining 3 squad members. Who's next? She says with a raised eyebrow. Giganta launches forward and punches Diana hard, bringing her to the ground and cracking the museum floor. Me! She snarls as her fist comes down again and again, driving Diana deeper into the ground. Night, night, Giganta sneers as she moves to stomp Diana in the face. But the mighty Amazon catches the foot. Enough! And tosses Giganta away. As she staggers to her feet, she turns as Cheetah rushes at her with a feline hiss, but Diana merely catches her by the face and tosses her aside. Pegasus! Diana shouts. The Giganta is up and moving again, rushing forward to trade blows with Diana. Suddenly, Pegasus crashes through a different hole in the skylight and wheels towards the battle below, letting out a burst of fire that forces Giganta back. The Menfish Queen Ara and Cheetah flee the flames, but Giganta is not so easily swayed. She pushes through the flames and hits Diana again, knocking the Amazon to the ground. This time, Diana does not rise again. Slowly, Giganta reaches out with her foot and nudges Diana. Playing possum? You're not fooling Giganta, the giant growls as she stomps Diana hard into the ground. But still, the Amazon does not stir. Giganta scoffs at the weak warrior, slowly reaching down and picking Diana up by the hair. This is what all the fuss is about? This? Giganta snarls as she drags the Amazon outside, holding her up for the scared people to see. This is your princess? This is your hero? Giganta demands. Diana's eyes suddenly snap open, and she reaches out for a piece of Giganta's hair. Match! Diana yells, using her magic to grow and match Giganta's size. Giganta looks at her in shock. I don't care for the way you say princess, Diana snarls at her, lashing out and hitting the villain square in the face. The blow sends Giganta flying and slamming her into a nearby wall. Quickly, Diana turns back to her friends. Etta, Steve, where's Gia? Diana asks as she looms over them. She's at the candy shop. She said she needed to do something you'd been working on with her, Etta explains. Diana nods in satisfaction, but asks her friends to get to safety. Steve and Etta nod and turn to leave, but Barbara hesitates. Diana reaches out and puts her large hand on her shoulder. Barbara, you too. I need you all safe and far away from here, Diana explains. Suddenly, there is a roar behind them, and Giganta leaps through the air, bringing both fists down on Diana's back, driving her hard into the floor. Barbara runs away as Diana rolls over. The two trade blows for a moment, and Cheetah is caught in the crossfire, sending her flying into a nearby car. Giganta grows again, and Diana has no choice but to flee into the city. She moves down the street, the giant chasing her the whole way, their footsteps cracking the asphalt beneath them. Diana's mind races, and she steps into a nearby alley. Giganta is too big to follow, and she stares at the Amazon. What? You think I'll get smaller to grab you? Giganta snarls as she reaches into the alley with her massive hand. But Diana shakes her head and reaches for another handful of her red curls. Match! She shouts and begins to grow once more. She steps from the alley and pushes Giganta back. She lashes out and uppercuts the giant, sending her flying. But Giganta lands and grows in size once more. Diana's eyes widen in shock at the woman's strange powers and calls on her own powers once more. Now, the two warriors tower over the buildings. Diana knows that combat at this size would destroy the city, so she knows that she needs to do something. Giganta stomps forward, each step shaking the city around them. Ha! You are fun, Giganta says with a smirk. Diana nods as she moves to meet her opponent. You know what? I am, Diana says as she suddenly uppercuts the warrior, knocking her into the air and sending her flying into the rural area just outside the city. Giganta slams into the ground with a great boom, the impact creating a crater around her. Diana flies through the air and lands lightly next to her. It's time to finish this the old-fashioned way. Diana reaches down and wraps her arms around the giant's neck, squeezing tight. Giganta struggles in Diana's powerful grip, but is unable to break free. I pray to Hecate, when you wake you will be more reasonable, Diana whispers, as the giant finally goes limp in her grasp. Rest easy, Giganta. Sleep, and no more harm will come to you today. You have the promise of Diana of the Wild Isle, Diana says softly as she lowers the woman to the ground. Meanwhile, Cheetah stirs just outside the museum. Her eyes widen as she sees everything catching fire around her. She looks up to see a burning skeleton walking forward. Don't! Cheetah gasps, but the skeleton holds up a hand to silence her. Tut tut, Priscilla. It will all be over soon, my dear. This was never the life for you. Think of this as a sweet release. Freedom from all you never really wanted. The skeleton tells her softly. A burning blade suddenly appears and plunges down into Cheetah's stomach. I'm afraid to destroy this monster, I'll need a bit of an edge, the skeleton says as Cheetah begins to scream. Moments later, Diana returns, prepared to defeat the last two squad members. But her eyes widen to find blood pooling around Cheetah's corpse. This is blood magic, Diana whispers as she inspects the body. She turns as the magical burning skeleton begins to walk towards her. Indeed it is, demon, and it's more than enough to deal with the likes of you, the skeleton hisses. Burn the witch, it says with backwards words, casting a spell. Diana lets out a scream of pain as the flames begin to rise around her, and her magical arm begins to melt before her eyes. Diana stumbles away as the magical fire flares around her. She clutches at the stump where her arm used to be as the flames lick at her skin. Burn her through, the fiery skeleton says in his backwards magic. Fear not, demon. Once we have burned you clean, who knows what fate might await you, the skeleton tells her. But Diana shakes her head. She has to get away. She leaps into the air and flies high above the city, trying to flee, but her magic wavers. She is still depowered by the other witch. Quickly, she feels her abilities wane and she tumbles from the sky and slams into the waters of the bay below. In the city, Barbara ducks behind a corner, the flaming skeleton stalking the streets nearby. She stares after Diana, shocked that her friend would leave her. She left me, Barbara whispers to herself. In the bay, Diana sinks deeper and deeper into the water's depths, but suddenly she is not alone. Pegasus plunges into the cold water and scoops her up. Shortly, they arrive at the Hyron to find a surprised Ferdinand and Petra. Diana! The Minotaur shouts as he helps her off Pegasus's back. Petra reaches for Diana's pouch and begins to pull out the herbs that she needs. An unknown has entered the Hyron, the magical wards announce. Ferdinand whirls to find the witch floating before him. He glares at her. Who are you? Did you do this to her? He demands angrily. Zatanna shakes her head. Not on purpose, she says. Ferdinand readies himself for a fight, but Zatanna merely smiles and steps past him. Listen, I'm delighted she's got her own menagerie at home, but can any of you do magic? If not, get the hell out of my way, Zatanna tells him as she pats him on the arm on the way past. She leans over the Amazon, who groans as the magical fire burns her from the inside. First things first, Zatanna whispers. Diana of the Wild Isle, I unbind you. Your voice belongs to you alone. Zatanna whispers in her backwards magic. Diana's eyes immediately open, and her hand snaps out, grabbing Zatanna by the throat. She pushes Zatanna away and struggles to her feet, the fire inside her fading. Zatanna backs away, her hands up in surrender. Now, if curing you of that spell and unbinding you in my presence doesn't buy me a pass, I don't know what, the witch starts to say. But Diana casts her own spell. Green magic sparks against Zatanna's skin and pushes her back. Hey! Zatanna snaps angrily as the green energy sparks again and again. Lightning strike! Zatanna snaps backwardly. Lightning cracks from the sky and slams into the ground where Diana stands. The light fades and reveals an empty, smoking crater. Zatanna's eyes widen in surprise. Abracadabra, Diana whispers from behind her. She wraps her powerful arm around Zatanna's throat, silencing her as she drags the witch to the ground. Zatanna struggles against the Amazon's strength, but she quickly signs phase backwards and makes her body intangible. She floats effortlessly through Diana's body to safety before becoming corporeal again and lashing out with her punk rock boots. But Diana catches the blow and yeets the witch into the air. Zatanna counters this by calling forth magical wings that allow her to fly before casting another lightning strike on Diana. The blow slams into the Amazon, who quickly throws up a magical shield to take the brunt of the attack. Zatanna glares down at the warrior. "A long swim," she whispers backwardly. The water from the Hyron's pool snakes out and grabs hold of Diana's foot, dragging her into the water. But Diana doesn't struggle. She allows herself to be pulled under. "Can you hear me?" Diana thinks as she closes her eyes. There is a brief pause before the pool's occupant speaks in her mind. "I hear you, princess," the voice whispers. The pool suddenly explodes upwards and slams into Zatanna, engulfing Zatanna in a ball of water and silencing her. "No more talking, magician. No signing either," Diana gasps. Poseidon's trident floats next to her, controlling the water that flows around them. Diana glares at Zatanna, watching as the witch begins to struggle, her eyes rolling up as the oxygen in her lungs begins to run out. Finally, Diana relents. "Let her go," she says with a sigh. "As you wish," the trident says. The ball of water bursts, and Zatanna tumbles to the ground, gasping for air. Diana stares down at her, now flanked by her friends in the Hyron. "You are quite the witch, Zatanna. Fortunately for me, I make friends everywhere I go," Diana tells her. Zatanna nods her head and coughs out more water. "I know! That's why I came here to save you," she gasps. Diana stares at her for a moment. "Fine, fine. I saved you after I bound you. I apologize. I recognize it is a cardinal sin of witches to do such a thing to another witch, blah blah blah. I'm sorry. I had few options, Diana. You haven't even met Kale yet," Zatanna tells her. Diana stands and helps Zatanna to her feet. "Kale sent you?" she questions. Zatanna nods and explains that Kale sent the whole team, though Zatanna was unsure how she was controlling them. "I thought the only way to not hurt you was to take your voice in advance. I'm sorry I couldn't think of anything better. I promise, I tried very hard," Zatanna explains. Diana begins to lead her through the Hyron, questioning the magical fire that burned her from the inside. "You know this spell?" Diana asks. Zatanna nods. "I do, and it's why I can't help you, though I'd like to. The witch you fought can only be my father, Giovanni Zatara." Zatanna starts to explain, but Diana merely nods. "I see. I would never ask you to harm your own father," Diana says as she begins to gather components for a spell to replace her arm. Zatanna explains that she can't fight against her own father, that she wants to save him. "I could help you get your arm back, though. Might speed things up a bit," she says. But Diana shakes her head as she gathers her ingredients and walks into the shadows of the glade. "Thank you, but you have not earned that trust yet," Diana calls over her shoulder. Zatanna watches her disappear for a moment before Ferdinand joins her. "Phew, high standards, huh?" Zatanna asks him. The Minotaur nods solemnly. "She demands from us only what she herself gives," he rumbles softly. Shortly, lightning strikes, and Diana steps from the glade with a new arm and clad in her warrior's armor. She steps up to Zatanna with her helm in hand. "I have to go. I'll try my best not to kill your father, Zatanna. I and I wish you well in your quest to free him and be reunited, Diana tells her. Zatanna nods her thanks. Don't let Kale get her hands on you. I cursed them, Zatanna whispers to her. Shortly, Diana returns to Gateway City on the back of Pegasus. The pair fly above the destruction left in Zatara's wake. Below them, Queen Ara walks quietly through the streets. The Queen looks up as Diana swoops down, but the Amazon holds up her hands in surrender. I mean you no harm, Ara. In fact, I bring freedom and hope, Diana says. She pulls free a magical orb and throws it at the ground. Pink smoke swirls around Ara, and the Queen coughs up the parasite that allows Kale to control her. The parasite burns away from the magical fire on the ground. Slowly, Diana reaches up and removes her helm. I freed some of your menfish from Kale's sealed maze. The last I saw them, they were swimming north of the bay, Diana explains. Ara stares at her for a moment. Thank you, she finally thinks as she turns towards the waters of the bay. But she pauses and turns back. Giganta won't leave if you free her. Don't trust her. Zatara perhaps cannot be freed at all, Aris says before turning and running to the waiting waters. Nearby, Pegasus swoops down and lets out a burst of hellfire at the rampaging witch. Diana sighs and makes her way through the city. Demon! You fiends murdered my daughter! And I'll burn you all down, one by one if I must. Come out and meet your fate, Zatara bellows. Diana prepares herself. She reaches into her pouch and pulls out a glowing green lasso and closes her eyes. Sisters, wait for me. Mother, protect me. Hecate, guide me. For the Troika leaves you changed. She steps out into the street and stands before Zatara, prepared for battle. Giovanni Zatara, you now face Diana of the Wild Isle and the Troika. The Troika knows your secrets and will break you of them. She bellows as the flames flare all around her. Before, on the Wild Isle, Cersei works her magic on the glowing blue strands in her hand, crafting the troika that Diana will one day wield. But she is not alone. Diana sleeps nearby while Aphrodite sits before the fire. Cersei, I must speak with you. Outside, the goddess of love whispers. The two step onto the shores of the Wild Isle and stare off into the distance. I'm not going to be able to visit the island anymore, Aphrodite finally says softly. Cersei looks at her in surprise. Goddess, Diana adores you. This will upset her greatly, Cersei tells her. Aphrodite nods gently. My power, there are many facets to it, but one is that loving me is not entirely a choice, the goddess admits, explaining that this is what she gave of herself to Diana. Not a lot, but enough to help her, to smooth her way forward, to enjoin others to her side, to her causes. It was necessary, the goddess explains, but she turns back to Cersei. Now she will never know if someone loves her because they love her, or because they have no choice, because your power compels them. Cersei says knowingly as she sits upon the rocks with a sigh. It was necessary. She needed a piece of me as she needed a piece from all her patron goddesses. I never experienced it before. But being with Diana these years, having my own power work back on me, I see now, I understand, she whispers. Gently, she reaches up and pulls the veil away from her face, allowing her tears to drip down her cheek and fall to the rocks of the shores. I fear I have made for her the most horrific and lonely prison imaginable. I did not mean to, I swear, Aphrodite says before slowly walking away and disappearing into the waters that surround them. Now, Gateway City. Steve and Etta run down the street. The city is aflame around them. Rubble falls from the destroyed buildings above. The two quickly weave through the destruction, carrying the wounded to Etta and Gia's magic shop. Suddenly, debris falls from above, but it bounces off an invisible barrier. Maybe it was Diana? Steve asks as they keep moving and finally arrive at the shop. But inside, they discover what saved them. Gia sits in a circle with her coven. Green candles surround them as they pray to Hecate, asking for protection for the people of the city. Someone staggers and sags with the effort of the spell, but Steve is there, sliding the person away and taking their place. His own prayers added to the power of the spell. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Diana steps back as the flame from Zatara's attack bite at her skin. She lashes out with the Troika, the magic of the blue lasso wrapping around the skeletal frame of Zatara. Face your fear, Giovanni Zatara, and be free, Diana shouts. Zatara stumbles at the power of the Troika and falls to his knees. Submit to the wisdom of the Troika, Giovanni Zatara. Face your truth, Diana whispers as she falls to her knees in front of him, and they both enter the trance of the Troika's power. Inside, they find themselves in a void. Zatara is normal again. His skeletal form is gone. Where are we? Where are the demons? He whispers. Diana floats before him, now an avatar of the Troika. None of that is real, Giovanni Zatara, the Troika tells him. Zatara shakes his head and looks down at his hands. I've been on fire for the better part of a decade. I'm quite sure of that, he whispers. But he looks up to see his wife and daughter at opposite sides of the void. You want me to choose between my wife and our child? He asks the avatar. But Diana slowly shakes her head. You already chose long ago, and your guilt has allowed others with power to shape a new reality around you, she says. Giovanni falls to his knees at the memory. The flames begin to spark on his suit once more as he looks from his wife to his daughter. Do not let the fire take you again, Zatara. It is not real. You must accept what you have done. You are chained to this moment forever, unless you accept it, the Troika tells him. Giovanni closes his eyes and shakes his head. The flames begin to spread around his body, but suddenly, a new voice is calling to him. Dad! Are you there? Can you hear me? Zatanna calls. Zatara opens his eyes to see his daughter reaching through a portal into the void. She smiles at him. Daddy, please take my hand, she says as she holds it out. Giovanni stares at her in shock. Z, you're all grown up. This isn't real. It's a trick, he says as the flames begin to take over his face. But Zatanna reaches for him. It's not a trick. It's not a spell. If it was a spell, it would be backward, she reminds him. The flames begin to fade. Even if it was a spell, haven't you suffered enough? Take my hand, she pleads with her father. Giovanni finally reaches out and takes his daughter's hand. The flames disappear as he steps through the portal. But now, Diana stands alone in the void. The avatar of the Troika releasing her, and she looks around in shock. Hello? She calls softly. Outside, Giganta is stomping through the destruction of the city. This is bullshit, Kale! I'm the only part of your team left, she yells into the comms, demanding to be allowed to attack Wonder Woman again. But Kale isn't listening. She is watching the monitors back in the command center and sees someone she recognizes. Leaning in close, she points to someone on the monitors. Dr. Barbara Minerva. I want her, Zool. Deliver her to me intact, and I'll give you another shot at Wonder Woman, Kale orders. Giganta stomps over to the woman who is left behind by her friends and reaches for her. Hey, dum-dum, shoulda evac'd when you had the chance. Don't squirm. I've got strict instructions not to squish you, Giganta says. Barbara chomps down on Giganta's hand, trying to get her to release her. Did you just bite me? Oh, you're hilarious. I like you. Maybe I won't accidentally squish you after all. Gonna be fun to see what they have in store for you, Giganta says as she stomps away. Nearby, Zatara stands with his daughter in the city, tears falling from his eyes as he reaches out and hugs her. We have to go. Kale will have sent a team, no doubt, Zatanna says as she pulls away. But she turns to see Diana fallen to the ground, still stuck within the power of the Troika. What happened to her? She's not dead. She's still warm. I feel a pulse, Zatanna says as she cradles Diana's body. Her father looks her over. No, she's not dead. She's trapped within the crossroads. When you pulled me out the way you did, breaking the connection must have stranded her there, he says, explaining that Zatanna needs to try and pull her out like she did with him. But she's not letting me in. She can't hear me like you could, Zatanna says as she grabs hold of the Troika, but nothing happens. Giovanni reaches for Diana's tiara and gently holds it in his hands. He can feel the power within it. You need to be someone else. All her weapons have incredible power in them. The ingredients are literally blood from the gods and myths. Whoever this is, maybe they can draw her out, Giovanni suggests as he hands Z the tiara. The ground begins to shake, and he looks up to see Giganta stomping towards them. I'll deal with Zool, Giovanni tells her as he steps away. Z lifts the tiara and smashes it against the ground and casts her spell. Magic drifts around her, and suddenly she takes the form of Circe. She grasps the Troika once more and begins to work her magic, reaching out for Diana. Giovanni stands ready as Giganta rushes him, magic swelling around him. A little shove, he says in backwards speech, casting a spell that slams into the giant woman and knocks her down the street. Inside the crossroads, where Diana sits alone in the darkness, a portal opens and she looks up to see her mother reaching for her. She doesn't hesitate and grabs the woman's hand and is pulled to safety. On the battlefield, Diana looks up in surprise as her mother disappears and is replaced with Zatanna. I'm sorry, Diana. It's just me. We couldn't think of another way to get you out. You weren't responding to me, Zatanna tells her. Behind them, Giovanni casts another spell, sending Giganta back to her cell. Diana stands and reaches for Z's hands. I understand. Thank you, Diana says softly. Back at command, Kale rages as her entire team is defeated. Finally, she gets her anger under control and looks to her technicians. Send the Iron Maiden in for Zatara. Now, she orders. Within moments, the Iron Maiden is activated. The strange orb begins to unlock, venting hoses pulling away. In the city, Giovanni suddenly looks up. He can feel it coming. He turns to his daughter in fear. Kale sent the Iron Maiden after me. You must leave, now, he shouts. But Z shakes her head. I'm not leaving you, she tells her father. She bound the Iron Maiden to me, Z. I can feel it coming. You have to go, right now, her father pleads. He can feel it getting closer as the strange orb slams into the bay and rolls out of the water and onto the beach. It begins to move into the city. Diana turns at the sound of its approach. I'll stop it, but you have to go now. It's here, she says as she moves to meet this new threat. Z steps to her side, and Diana looks back at her fondly. "Go now, or this will all be for naught," Diana tells her. Slowly, she leans down and kisses the witch on her forehead. "May Hecate protect you and your father, Zatanna," Diana whispers. Now, she turns back to the orb as it begins to unlock, becoming a great mechanical monster, its limbs latching onto the buildings as it prepares to strike. But Diana leaps to meet the monster, and the Iron Maiden begins to screech. The Iron Maiden slams Diana into the ground, driving her down hard enough to crack the concrete beneath her. Nearby, Zatanna and her father take cover behind an overturned taxi. Zatara reaches out and puts a hand on his daughter's shoulder. "Z, I'm sorry about your friend, but if we're caught," he whispers. Zatanna closes her eyes for a moment before finally nodding her head and whispers, "I know." Diana shifts beneath the mechanical monster. She braces her legs and kicks hard, throwing the Iron Maiden into the air. Quickly, she flips back onto her feet and leaps upward, hitting the airborne monster with a blow that sends it tumbling back to the streets below with a mighty boom that echoes throughout the city. Zatanna reaches for her father and begins to use her backwards magic, casting a spell that teleports them both away in a burst of blue light. But Diana doesn't have time to make sure the two witches are safe. She quickly charges at the Iron Maiden and grabs hold of one of its limbs, keeping it off balance by yanking the arm out from underneath it. Pegasus moves to help, but another of the Iron Maiden's arms shoots out and grabs one of its bony legs. "No!" Diana hisses. She pulls free her pauldron and tosses it hard enough to smash through the Iron Maiden's pincer hand. Back at the command center in Area 41, Veronica Kale watches the battle unfold. One of the technicians looks up at her. "Confirmed, ma'am. No biosignatures registering for subjects Zatanna and Zatara. They're gone," the technician tells her. Kale frowns at the news. "Rewrite Iron Maiden Prime Directive. New directive. Capture Wonder Woman," she orders. The Iron Maiden's red eye glows brighter as it turns its full attention to Diana. "New directive. Capture Wonder Woman," the Iron Maiden chimes. Its body suddenly shifts as it begins to enclose around her, limbs growing out of its strange, twisting mechanical body. Diana is shocked by its speed as it quickly encompasses her. "Mother, I'm sorry," Diana gasps as the Iron Maiden encloses around her. Kale smiles at the screen as the Iron Maiden goes quiet. "Well, something had to finally go right. Prep Bay 1, she orders." Elsewhere, a pink ball falls out of the air over the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah. The ball bounces before finally rolling to a stop and disappearing. Dr. Poison looks around in shock for a moment. She finally screams. Area 41.X. Diana hangs in the mechanical shackles of the Iron Maiden, her armor gone. Kale watches her through the window. "Move Minerva into the room with Rich's body, and take Minerva past Bay 1 when you do it. I want her to see," Kale tells the technicians before turning to the window to see Diana. "Set it up. We're going to run the full protocol. We don't rest until we draw blood. We'll get there," she orders. Inside the prison, Diana sags against her bonds. She watches as they wheel Barbara past the window, shocked that her friend has been captured. "Great and terrible Hecate, she of the crossroads, I come to you now," Diana begins to pray. But energy rips through her from her bonds. Her body tightens as the electricity arcs through her. Finally, it is cut off, and she sags against the bonds again. Slowly, a cutting beam moves forward, The beam slices through her skin and draws a thin trickle of blood. Inside the viewing room, one of the technicians smiles. "We got it, ma'am, but she's already healed. Should we cut again, Director?" he asks. Kale thinks on it for a moment before shaking her head. "No, we got the sample. Let's get it processed and analyzed. Get the design team going. I need new tools to those specifications. Now," she orders. She stares at Diana through the glass. "We've got a long way to go before she even begins to break down. Run it again, but start on level black this time," she orders. The technician looks up in surprise, but he doesn't dare question her. He turns the dial all the way to black and hits the power button. Diana lets out a scream of pain as the black energy arcs through her body. She slumps when the energy is cut. Kale gives her but a second. "Again," she orders. Meanwhile, in the home of the king and queen of the underworld, Hades stares out over the realm of hell. Behind him, Persephone slowly walks up to the balcony. "Hades, you know why the two of us could never work. You understand now, yes?" she asks. Slowly, the king of the underworld turns to his wife. "Yes," he says softly. She bows her head. "Because there were times when I wanted it to work. Tell me why it could never work," she asks him. "You cannot love someone who enslaved you. I had a chance after I understood. I had a chance to free you, and I failed. Would you have stayed, Persephone? If I had freed you, would you have stayed with me?" he asks. She ponders this for a moment. "I don't know," she finally admits. "But we would certainly be friends now, instead of enemies." Finally, she turns to him and puts a hand to his face. "But if an enemy wanted to be a friend, wanted to soften the heart of an enemy, there are things they might do," she says, before leaning in and whispering in his ear. Hades closes his eyes and nods. Back in Area 41, Diana sags in her bonds once more. Her breathing is ragged, her body aching with pain. Zatanna did this for years. How? She thinks to herself, before being struck with another burst of energy. She does not have the strength to fight, but worries what is being done to Barbara. Suddenly, a blue flame begins to spark at her feet. Its glow bathing the room in a blue light. Diana looks at it in surprise, and her eyes widen as she realizes what is happening. "No, it cannot be! No, not now!" she gasps. The flame grows until it becomes a blue hand, reaching up and grabbing her. The mechanical bonds snap as if they are dry twigs, and Diana is freed, but she struggles against the hand. "No, no, no!" she bellows before disappearing. Shortly, the door to Barbara's cell slides open to reveal Veronica Kale. "So, we have a development," Kale notes as she steps into the room. She leans against the cart of instruments as Barbara glares at her. "I've been wondering when she will tear us apart. We've all seen how strong she is. Eventually, whether now or at some point down the line, she will break free and tear us apart and rescue her friend, right?" Kale notes. She taps a button on a remote and the walls change, showing footage from Diana's cell. Barbara watches as the blue flame rises up and Diana disappears. "But instead, she left you here. All that power, and all she does is free herself. Even I didn't expect that," Kale whispers. Barbara says nothing. She just watches the footage in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the blue flames flare to life on the Wild Isle, leaving Diana alone on the shores. she falls to her knees. "No, please no," she whispers. She remembers her deal. After eating Persephone's pomegranate seed, she must return to the underworld for 1 month of every year. She knew when she did it that it was both a gift and a curse, because as usual with gods, you cannot foresee how it will play out. But she cannot bear it, as she thinks about Barbara that she left behind, abandoned. Diana pulls at her hair as tears fall down her face and her eyes go black. Finally, she looks up into the sky and lets out a scream of rage. Dark magic cracking through the air and echoing along the dark skies like thunder. And that was the full story for Absolute Wonder Woman, volumes 1 through 3 by Kelly Thompson, including issues 1 through 20 and the 2025 annual. What did you guys think? This has been my personal favorite Wonder Woman run of all time, but let me know your favorite in the comments down below. And like and subscribe to help out the channel. I'm Dan with Comicstorian, and we will see you next time. Rest in peace, Benny.